There's just a large group of members from communities around the city who have arrived, and we would like them to just settle before we start. Okay.
I am the person from the Eastern Cape. That one indeed. Qina bahlali is be strong. I'm thinking bahlali in English community. It's a message to be strong and stand tall, I guess. Danko.
So, as a community of people who come together every year, sometimes most of us per year, other times there are people I think who have been here for all 13 of these. And I hesitate to say conferences because that sounds so formalish, but this is a get together for us who are scholar activists and activists in trade unions, in communities, in women's organizations, in organizations of the unemployed, to come together to reflect on our praxis, to talk about what is happening in the world, what is happening where we work, and to kind of give each other that strength that we need to continue. So I am going to warmly welcome André Kiert, who is the DVC here for Engagement and Transformation at Nelson Mandela University, who's going to give the welcoming address. And
hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Erna. It's great to see so many friends, lovely linking up. So many, many thanks for coming together here. So colleagues, comrades, and honored guests, very warm welcome to the 13th Neville Alexander Commemorative Conference here at our university. It is a great privilege for us that the conference is taking place here. And of course, it's also a great privilege that you are meeting again here after so many years after the first gathering. Now you're on our Ocean Sciences campus to honor Neville's legacy and to connect it to the burning struggles of our own time, as the concept note to the conference so eloquently put forward. So I would also like to extend a special welcome to the activists, the educators, the learners, who have traveled from townships, rural areas, communities from across the country, so that your presence ensure that those most directly affected by inequality and state failure shape the conversations of this particular gathering. We are welcoming conference participants to a university, as you may well know, and I'm not going to give you the entire history of how we struggled to get the name Nelson Mandela. And that matters for how we think about Neville Alexander's life as well. Neville spent years as a political prisoner on Robben Island, and it was there in conversation with Mandela that he learned lessons which shaped his approach to strategy, solidarity, and listening across political differences, even if the broad parameters, of course, of liberation is one that was shared. Here at our university, at this conference, that encounter offers a powerful challenge to us as people gathering here. After a clear assessment of our current political, social, economic, and ecological crises, is it possible for us as progressive thinkers and forces and the wider left to find new ways of understanding the situation and building better relationships and alliances across ideological divides in order to act together proactively to change our circumstances? And that, I think, it's a key question of our time. And that is not only a question of our time for this particular conference. You can say it's one for the national program. It's one that has global challenges as well. It seems that the forms of solidarities that we have taken for granted, you know, a few decades ago, that those solidarities are not as easy to generate and to maintain in our present moment as well. So Neville also learned from Mandela the importance of careful and respectful listening. He spoke about being struck by Mandela's warmth and genuine interest, by his ability to give full attention to the interlocutor, really noticing what people were saying. And for him, that spontaneous, charismatic exuding of warmth in their first meeting was inseparable from political leadership. It modeled a way of relating that made both principled disagreement and deep collaboration possible at the same time. So in that particular sense, there's work that we need to re-energize and renew that one can broadly cluster under the idea of relationality or progressive relationalities. So as this conference begins, there is then an invitation to all of us to bring sharp analysis and strong convictions, but to hold them with a kind of listening, humility, openness, and generosity that can build durable collaborations beyond this conference within the ideal of what progressive formations are pursuing. Because if we are serious about contributing to transforming our world rather than simply condemning it, we will need precisely this combination of critical clarity and patient, respectful engagement with one another, even and especially when we differ. Now, for all of you who have engaged with Doreen Massen's book on Neville, you know, this is more or less probably the way in which he thought about his own life and the politics that he was pursuing. So today's gathering stands at a very, very proud lineage. Over the past 12 years, this conference has become a home for students, activists, scholars, public intellectuals, community members, social movements to think together about education, justice, and freedom across our country and the world. So from the student rising meeting during the Must Fall movement to the reflection on 50 years of Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed, to recent conversations on racial capitalism in South Africa, the USA, and Palestine, this space has consistently connected theory with struggle, history with the present. Probably one of the best examples of how that particular praxis in the idea of critical theory is being actualized in our space, even including universities as well. So we also remember that the conference has helped to keep alive the intellectual and organizational and ethical legacy of Saket. Saket's history from correspondence education in Kenya College to worker and community programs and public education projects shows what it means to build counter-institutions under conditions of repression, and of course also imagining counter forms of ways and being in a country like ourselves. Neville's African History series, which offered a radically different view of the continent to hundreds of thousands of readers, stand as a classic example of scholarship in the service of the oppressed. It's another lesson that we can take from there. This year, we returned to Mandela University, where the first commemorative conference was held in 2013, but we do so in a profoundly different global context. So across the world and here at home, we witness a deepening of the education crisis intertwined with unemployment, ecological breakdown, or authoritarian politics, and the intensification of the attacks on the poor, on women, on queer communities, and on migrants. And of course, you know, the new forms of nationalistic essentialisms that are emerging, not only in South Africa, but also in various parts of the world, new forms of everyday fascisms that are literally, you know, tearing at the social fabric of our society and our communities as well. So above all, we meet under the shadow of genocide and scholasticide in Palestine, the systematic destruction of schools, universities, libraries, teachers, students, which poses a moral and political test for educators and institutions everywhere. Probably the test of tests, if one looks at the world at the present moment. So though our university has not remained silent, much more can be done, and we are deeply worried, especially within the sector, by the absence of a collective voice against the genocide and the lack of real coordinated action across the sector in support of Palestinian students and Palestinian academics, and of course Palestinian communities as well. So of course there are noticeable exceptions, but what I do find, I can't even explain this. What I find very strange is that as a sector, within the context of South Africa's political position, there's not a collective program in this particular regard. And we literally have to hold our sector responsible for that particular absence as well. It's, yeah, I literally can't even think as to how that vote and discussion in the USAF decision-making process has played itself out as well, and sometimes not even understand the way in which some of our Senate discussion plays itself out across the country. Because the idea of responding to such profound injustice is precisely what universities are called upon to do. So though our resolution from Senate and the statements from our council are facilitated, I certainly can't stand here and say that our university is doing enough. Not at all. You know, I think that we struggle to generate a particular kind of energy for more real, practical support for this particular work. And so we require much more dedicated discussions, workshops, seminars, and real-life support programs across the university and the sector, so that we can not only deepen our understanding of the Palestinian question, but so that we can also connect it to the wider struggles for human rights and social justice, and to offer and activate tangible assistance. In addition, we have to battle against the knowledges within and beyond the university, and especially the knowledges produced within the university that enable genocide. Chair, you would know that Neville's praxis has been instructive in his commitment of going back to our neighborhoods and communities to build alternatives to current oppressions, which is also the purpose of bringing into critical conversation participants at this conference to review how we are doing and putting our understanding of the world into political practice, and as Mandela University puts it, to be in service of society and to change the world. So at our university, we do have, and we have to exploit it, I suppose, a bit more better. We have a particular kind of orientation which is driven by Senate and Council, where we can certainly do work much stronger around the ideals and ideas that Neville stood for as well. So in that spirit, this program brings together a remarkable constellation of partners rooted in community, work, and youth struggles. The Saket Archiving Project, in collaboration with organizations such as Kamva Youth, Kadra Education, is it TAQA or is it TAQA? TAQA, okay. The Black Power Station, Tsisimani, Workers World Media Production, and the Amandla Collective demonstrates how archival recovery can feed living practices of popular education and organizing. These initiatives stretch from after-school support and literary work or literacy work to art spaces, activist education, community and media and study groups, each one wrestling with how to make education truly emancipatory. Over the course of today, we will be invited into a rich set of conversations and experiences. The morning opens with a focus on the Paulo Freire reading labs and contemporary uses of Saket's materials in community schools and organizations, reminding us that reading and writing can be tools for reclaiming history and building political agency. Later, of course, the sessions shift into the cholesterol and war on education, and will ask us to take a hard look at what solidarity with Palestinian educators, students, and institutions really demand of us. We will also explore African history, the resistance and hope through murals, verse and sound, continuing a long tradition in which art has helped communities imagine freedom under conditions of oppressions. The screening of new footage of Neville in conversation through Dylan Valley's work on Afrikaans will invite us to think about language, indigeneity, and the politics of voice in ways that are grounded in everyday speech and lived experience. In closing this welcome, let us remember that what matters is what we learn from one another here, what we choose to carry back into our organizations, classrooms, unions, communities, and movements, our universities, and how we sustain that work when it is difficult or slow. Neville's life reminds us that discipline, patient organizing, grounded in clear principles and a deep love for ordinary people, can leave a legacy far greater than any single series of events. May this 13th conference be worthy of that legacy. May it strengthen our resolve to confront cholestericide and the war on education wherever they appear. And may it help us in small but meaningful ways to build the counter-society and the liberated future that Neville, Mandela, and so many unnamed comrades fought for. We are deeply honored as a university to host this conference, Erna and colleagues. So many, many thanks. With, of course, all the other universities, but hosting it here at our university with the different, thank you so much for that. It is truly an honor, so when Erna, mooted the idea, of course, the university immediately said yes. So many, many thanks, and to the Salim and the team from UJ as well, for allowing this to happen on our side as well. And of course, to the team for holding the planning together. So on behalf of our Vice-Chancellor, and I can also safely say our University Governing Council, of Mutwa herself and our entire university community, we wish you a warm welcome. Please enjoy the gathering today.
Thank you very much, Andre. Comrades, colleagues, does anyone know what happened to Salim? Ah, there we are. See, there's an Afrikaans expression called achterbankers, which are the people who always choose to sit at the back. They're the troublemakers, and I see you there at the back. Salim, we welcome you to give an opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Erna Molo, Sanibonani. Good morning. Salam. Really, the points Andre made, we have to revisit. Those are vital points. And we are really thankful for being here. And thanks to the organizing team, Pumi, Erna, Adila, Louise, and others. I'm sure there are a number of other people. I think this discussion, the discussions we're going to have here today are absolutely necessary. And this has been the role of the Neville Alexander Conference. Quite often not providing a blueprint, but sparking debate, encouraging people to meet with each other and debate issues, but at the end of the day, linking Neville's praxis with ongoing struggles, with contemporary issues, whether they are educational, political, social, struggles in South Africa and globally. So I'm going to call on Oz. I call him the Wizard of Oz, the technical Wizard of Oz, to just a few pictures for you to have a look at. It gives you an overview of what we've been doing, a reminder, because a number of you have come to previous conferences over the past 12, 13 years. When you're ready. So I'll just continue to save time. There have been, over the years, a number of conferences which were particularly notable. Those pictures, I mean, this is a picture, it's framed, Eugene. Eugene, I can't resist always using this because it's so evocative. And of course, that picture which Nadima and others who worked with Neville at Prisa will remember, it's the reading groups. And of course, these two pictures, Neville dancing, I got from John Samuel, who gave me a stack of absolutely wonderful pictures. Next slide. That was, and please continue. Continue. I mean, this was also an important conference, the previous one, where we launched a series of books that people involved in the reading clubs in early childhood development. The one on the reading clubs was put together with Ntombi, Brian Ramadiro, Nadima, Koli, and others. This particular conference in 2014 also came after the widespread xenophobic, Afrophobic attacks. And one of the people who contributed to a booklet on xenophobia and racism was Marcus Solomons and the children's movement and the big conference they had in Cape Town and elsewhere. But it also spoke to the issues that we take for granted and we speak about very glibly around race. You know, Neville always said that race as a biological entity is a myth, but racism is very real. And he always talked about the apartheid categories and the danger of using them. And that particular conference, after this wave of xenophobic attacks, talked about that as the kind of canary in the mine, a warning, what we called Neville Alexander's warning, where he talked about what happened in Rwanda, in former Yugoslavia, and the possibility today. And of course, he's been vindicated today, and it's more and more dangerous. All kinds of opportunistic politicians as we see them. And, you know, there's lots of little Trumps around, buffoons like Gayton McKenzie and others who are doing exactly what Neville warned us that they would do when, as Andre says, neoliberalism can't deliver. People look for alternatives. In the absence of people who can provide answers to capitalism, racial capitalism, they will gravitate to the right and fascist populist organizations as they've been doing. Dudula is a danger to all of us. They've taken up the most reactionary positions on a range of issues. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak so much on. Please go on very quickly, continue. This was also important. I know a number of people jointly organized that. Leanne, Asher, and a whole lot of people got together. I don't think Asher was around, sorry. I confused the Gamedze siblings. But it was really amazing because there were people from 22 universities at the end of 2015 that got together in Johannesburg, and you know, the fees must fall. We had really useful discussions, and in my old age, I'm embarrassed to say that an educator for a long time, but Leanne and Kelly and others introduced me to the kind of fishbowl concept of discussion, etc., which was really enlightening, but encouraged lots of debate about the way forward. Of course, I got into trouble for that. I was accused by the powers that be at UJ for instigating violence. And I assured them that it's true that I have really good skills around making the most effective Molotov cocktails, but that conference wasn't about that. It was open, and so sometimes we push the envelope, and we continue to do. Please go on. Continue. This was also very useful. Of course, when we start planning conferences, there's normally quite a bit of debate. And of course, the debate started when we put together a poster. And of course, some of our comrades very justifiably said, there are these two big men with big faces, and the woman is so small there. Anyway, I tried to, there is a, if you go to the next slide, my daughter came to the rescue, and she made this one. So Antonio Dada, who's a scholar, Paulo Freire knew him personally, wrote a number of books, and her reader is just going to be out in a few weeks' time, the Antonio Dada Reader, and she wrote this famous bestseller, The Student Guide to Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And of course, the Pedagogy of the Oppressed is a vital book for our struggles, education struggles. It was widely used in our country from the 70s, late 70s actually. You know, Steve Biko, the last kind of public event was the training. You can read Leanne's thesis. He was, at that time, of course, Paulo Freire influenced the Black People's Convention, the Black Community Programs, and SASO as well. The book was banned, but it was distributed very widely in the country. So Pedagogy of the Oppressed was very important. And Antonio Dada, we still have the slides if anybody wants that. She did a lot of reading about Neville, and she put a comparative analysis of Paulo Freire and Neville Alexander and their views on education and struggle, which I think we really need to put together and distribute much more widely. Please go on. Continue. So, you know, on every one, there are particular issues on language, which Neville felt very passionately about, and we try and integrate, as we are doing this conference, the importance of language, of multilingualism in education, but generally in society. This was also very important in 2021. We were fortunate to get Robin D.G. Kelly and Barbara Ransby from the University of Illinois, very involved with the Black Lives Matter, but also Barbara Ransby was part of the what collective, Rasigan, who talked about intersectionality long before most people. It was linked to the Black Panther Party. It was a group of women. Somebody Google quickly, thank you. Sorry? No, it's something River Collective. Yeah, I think you know that. We'll come back to that. Anyway, it was brilliant, but we had a discussion and debate between them and the people at the bottom, including Enver, Andile Zulu, Musa Padi, and Diklano, Trevor Ngwane. Please continue. This was wonderful, fairly new building. I was told that why do you have it in such a posh building? No name mentions. I don't know why. I think we need some poshness from time to time. But the Neville Alexander building, and it was really well thought through, very extensive discussions, panel discussions. You know, we also, as we try and do, remember comrades who are no longer with us. And Jane Duncan is still with us, but she spoke to some of you, very much still with us. So Dina Salye spoke about James Marsh, Farrell, our comrade Matni Halim, Otil's daughter, I think, Yvette, Ontili, Aziz Chowdhury, Opa Lehulere, Patrick Chan, Marcus spoke about him, and Dr. Mahate. So we try and do that. Please go on. This is when we started with jointly trying to have a discussion about Sackett Trust and Neville's role there, but also the hundreds of other people. We had a number of alumni from Sackett and its long history who attended, and we launched the book Against Racial Capitalism. Please continue. So, continue. In 2024, we went back to Cape Town, and there we included the Sackett Archival Project and developed plans on the way forward, and Louise Vale was key to that initiative, and today we're going to be seeing some of the positive aspects of this plan, which was developed in 2024. There were a number of other issues. I'm running out of time, so please continue. Do we have any more slides? Okay, continue. You might recognize yourself. And absent friends, continue. Continue. All these beautiful, oh, oops, okay, go on. This, yeah. Continue, continue, continue. We have the coordinator of the SA-BDS coalition, so I'm not going to be saying anything on Palestine. She will lead the discussions. Pumi is always modeling. That was Matni Halim there. This is a booklet we put together in 2016 as a result of that discussion we had. Okay, patriarchy is spelled incorrectly. Ivor pointed that out here. Okay, go on. The late Comrade Chowdhury, Farida Nazir, right, go on, go on, go on. Go on. Nicole will tell you about this picture. It's her partner, incredible. And, you know, along the years, Sophie was just telling me about Makoma Lakalala, who she bumped into, you know her, right? Now, Makoma was part of the education committee, the women's committee, in the days of Kawusa, in the mid-80s, and she was a shelf packer. She really loves when I tell the story, but she was in our committees. I was the education officer there, and today Makoma is in the forefront of the ecological, environmental struggles and climate catastrophe, etc. So we've had lots of people, like every one of the people has a history, contribution to the struggle. Okay, is that the end of it? So I just want to say a few important things about Palestine, because today is the International Day for the solidarity of the Palestinian people. And, you know, Neville always felt strongly about the Palestinian struggle. He introduced me, I think it's a few decades ago, to the writings of Edward Said, and we discussed it, and on occasion we listened to his Wreath lectures on representations of the intellectual, which still influences some of us. And the final point I want to make, and the reason why we have this session on scholasticide, it's that Neville would be the first to recognize that, you know, Palestine today is the global front against colonialism. In fact, colonialism is reintroduced to the world. What we thought was over, which started in the 15th century. Tony Blair is going to be the new viceroy. a person responsible for over 1 million deaths in Iraq, and Trump is the chairperson of the Board of Peace. I mean, it's just incredible. But it's also a front against fossil capitalism, white supremacy, and racial capitalism. And so it's incumbent on all of us, from climate justice activists to anti-racist organizations to indigenous peoples groups, and many besides, to support the Palestinians in their struggle and to uphold their inalienable right to resist by any means necessary. And finally, you know, just a month before Neville became ill in Germany, and this was shortly after what's called the Arab Spring, the uprising of people in North Africa and Western Asia, and he wanted somebody, preferably a Palestinian, he told me, to come and speak to the issues of the uprising. And I suggested Adam Hania, who has written a number of books recently about the Palestinian struggle, about fossil capitalism, etc. And Adam wrote a note, an obituary for Neville. We asked him to. And he said, I and Neville, you know, spent an evening planning and discussing the lecture that Adam gave to Neville's students the following day. So Adam Hania says, I came away from that evening profoundly inspired and with a feeling of incredible privilege. I was struck by his ability to sharply grasp the essence of the problems at hand, illustrate his points from a variety of different angles, and to constantly surprise and delight with his insights. His humility, warmth, and great intelligence touched me very deeply, and I will never forget that dinner and our conversation. His passion for the struggle and his enthusiasm to debate and learn from the revolutionary battles in the Middle East as if they were his own, were the mark of a true internationalist. These are much too rare qualities in our movements, and we still had so much to learn from him. So Neville, always in his articles, his yearly State of the Nation essay, always put internationalism and the international struggle front and center, and how it impacted on the state of our country as well. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
So I want to invite Kenilwe Nato to come forward. Your program says that there is a message from John Samuel. So John is not able, or was not able, to send us a message. He had dialysis yesterday, I think, Salim, and it just felt to us inappropriate to put pressure on him when he has to work at getting stronger and better, to ask for an input. So I'm inviting Kenilwe to say a poem in that slot. I hope that is all right, Kenilwe. And also because I think both John and Neville would always welcome young voices, always support young scholars. And so, Kenilwe. Thank
you. I can't decide whether I want to use this one or that one. But in any case, let me just make myself comfortable. We're still fine, right? My name is Ginelwe, and well, I was invited to give you some poetry. I am liking this mic. Can I get a better one? Maybe this one is better.
Get a better one?
I'd rather use, yeah, let me just use this one. It's okay, don't worry about it. So the work that I'm going to read for you today is work that I did with the Bay Creative Writing Poets, which led to basically the establishment of the Gamto's Valley Poets in Henke. So we were invited by the Sarah Bartman Exhibition Center to work on some poetry, and this is some of the stuff that came out of our work. It's titled Cape Mountains. They called it the no man's land, spoke of a people with no history, a good enough reason to kill, dispossess, and rape our fertile lands. Mountains, speak. Tell them they could not stand the reality that indeed the no man's land was occupied by the great, the Khoi, the San, the Xhosa. Mountains, speak. Tell them how we resisted. Spear for spear, blood on blood. Tell them about David Stearman, the rebellious, a spear that needs no sharpening. Mountains, I said, speak. I need you to tell them about the noise of the European machine, that disruptor of peace. They dispossessed and put a price on earth, deliberately displacing generations and generations, dismissing ancestry and the histories of our people as invalid, barbaric, ungodly, uncultured. Mountains, remember the subjugation. Mountains, remember the slaughter. Mountains, remember the stillness of our lands before the machine. Mountains of the Cape, I said, speak. Tell them about the rape of Sarah Bartman. Oh, tell us about Sarah. The memories of the little girl, what she looked like apart from images of a white man's erotic eyes. Mountains, tell them what she looked like when she smiled. Mountains, did she ever cry to you? You are the closest to heaven. She must have cried through you, carrier of the message. I don't know, mountains, speak, give me something. Tell them that women were not always the fertile lands that poets named things after, the tamed, the soft, docile. Tell them about the headstrong. They are there in our history, the beautiful warriors. We have history. Just tell them to look up to you. Mountains of the Cape, I said, speak.
So here's my small voice. Ginelwe. Thank you. Really, I think we all thank you deeply. Her poem will be available as part of the record for this conference. And we're now moving on to the SACED archiving project. And I'm going to ask the first group of presenters to come forward, if that is okay. So Lawrence, I'm handing over to you, and to Tammy Lee. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
And
hello, everyone. Molweni, Abusheni. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Erna, Adela, Mpumi. Thank you for organizing. Thank you to the audience for being here. Thank you, all people. It's nice to see all kinds of people. I was in trouble this morning for using the term older generation. So I was told to use the words wise, experienced, and young at heart. So thank you. Today I'm speaking about the SACID archiving project. SACID was the South African Committee for Higher Education, which was an anti-apartheid adult education NGO. SACID produced a treasure trove of educational materials. It was ahead of its time. During the 1970s and 1980s, they dealt with problems which are recurrent today and which have been spoken about in the previous sections. These include problems of literacy, decolonization, gender, language, reading and writing, and educational methodology. SACID advocated from the bottom up, not bottoms up. Working through the SACID archive has showed me and other members, including Louise and Tammy Lee, the richness of the debates in SACID and the attention to detail which is necessary in education. Education is not one single thing, it's not achieved through a single means. SACID and its history challenges one to think about how to represent information, the process of education, and the audience one is engaging. We have a whole lot of interviews with John Samuel as part of our project, so I'm going to quote him. And this is him speaking about the SACID archiving project. The idea is that the SACID archive should become an agent in the ongoing struggle to build an emancipatory, equal, and democratic education system for everybody. Given SACID's history and experience, much of the focus of the project has been in the arena of adult education. Yet it is important to remember that while SACID's strategic focus was on adult education, it regarded conventional boundaries as limiting and educational systems as a continuum. Lots of the archives and materials that SACID produced have been digitized, the practitioners interviewed, and the ideas now being integrated into our current social and political moment. As presented at the last Neville Alexander conference in Cape Town, the SACID website is up and running and has provided accessibility to the liberatory aspects of the archive. Yet it is important to remember that while SACID's strategic focus was on adult education, from this website and the archival repository of these materials, we have shared the archives with various organizations, and these are the Paulo Freire Reading and Writing Laboratories, which Tammy Lee will speak to.
Thank you, Lawrence. Hi, everyone. So as Lawrence was saying, the Paulo Freire Reading and Writing Laboratories was the next logical step. The archive stood dormant for 22 years, and while digitization and cataloging are necessary and important efforts, we knew that theory put into practice is the only way forward. We partnered with individuals and community projects who are doing this work in the contemporary, and we'd be able to test our theory. That SACID's treasure trove contains materials that could be useful. These organizations are in your booklets, but to name them, Gajra, Gamakula, the photographs. Okay. So Gamakula isn't here, but I have some photographs from his drawing. So he did 10 portraits of SACID based on his time in the organization. The Black Power Station is with us, Taka, Amandla, and Subset, Workers' World Media, Chisamani, and Ikamva Youth. They will all speak to you shortly. But before we give the sites an opportunity to share their projects in their own words, I would like to contextualize laboratories. So the concept laboratory is not new. This is a learning space where participants experiment with language and ideas in the same way scientists experiment with materials. Instead of chemicals or machines, the tools are reading, writing, dialogue, and critical reflection. They signal experimentation with theory and practice, and where communities gain ownership over the learning process, and ultimately over their own liberation. The labs test and put into practice the core idea that the archive can still shape how we teach and learn today. John Samuel once said, "Find the right people, give them the resources, and they will do miracles." And that spirit is at the heart of our labs. Each site is different. They have their own history, methods, needs, and aims, but they share a common purpose: to create environments where reading, writing, and reflection generate power, agency, and voice. These are Gamakulu's images from his time at SACID. They function sort of as a comic strip, if you can see the writing. Together, the SACID Archiving Project and the lab show that history is not something we store away in boxes. When archives are activated, they can guide our present and strengthen our future, continuing the work of building a democratic, critical, and liberatory education system in South Africa. Each organization will speak to its own context, its learning process, and the ways in which they use SACID's legacy, Freudian philosophy, in real lived community settings. Their voices and experiences are at the heart of this project, and we are proud to hand over to them to share their journeys in their words. Thanks, Lance.
Yes, thanks, Anna. So we're now going to call on each of the sites to come and speak. First is Ikamva Youth. Sorry about that. Ikamva Youth on Upbeat for Ikamva Youth. Thank you.
I'm a bit short. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is well. My name is Khomotso Mitswamiri, and I am not alone. I'm with my colleague, Mr. Sakile Dubazana, and we are representatives of an organization called Ikamva Youth, meaning the future. In totality, it's Ikamva lisezandleni zethu, meaning the future is in our hands. So I will take you through the timeline of our project implementation with the SACID Upbeat program, what we've been doing with our learners, the outcomes, the challenges, and the prospects in terms of what we want to implement in the next 6 months. So who are we? Ikamva. Ikamva Youth is a nationally recognized non-profit organization, and we've been working in the education sector for the past 22 years. Our mission since 2003 is to improve academic outcomes and expand on opportunities for learners from under-resourced communities that face various socio-economic challenges. So that is our target market. And today, Ikamva Youth operates across townships and rural communities in over 6 provinces, providing various programs and interventions such as career guidance, mentorship, skills development, needs programs, and the likes. Apologies for that. So, why the collaboration with the SACID program? What is the inspiration? We understand that we live in a country where there's a gap in literacy, starting from ECD all the way to high school. So this collaboration is 2 powerful legacies coming together to fight a common cause. The SACID project contributes a rich archive of educational materials, stories and photographs, illustrations and articles, many of which documented youth struggles, creativity and resistance. Ikamva Youth brings after-school environment, structured tutoring support, and branch infrastructure, and ongoing mentorship, and ensures that these materials land meaningfully in young people's lives. What are our project objectives? To strengthen literacy using creative participatory methods rather than worksheets and then normal, everyday, traditional teaching facilitation, making learning fun for learners, to make sure at the end of the classroom, they actually grasp information instead of being in a library setting. We equip young people with storytelling, writing, illustrations, design, making learning fun. To produce culturally relevant educational materials, every output, poster, story, essay, came directly from learners' lived experiences. Our target group and reach. We first rolled out this program with about 5 branches, which are in GP Northwest, because we are nationally, we have 15 branches nationally. And the plan for the next 6 months is to roll out nationally. Currently, we have reached over 100 learners in our lower grade program, which is grade 8s and grade 9s, and we will soon roll out to ensure that this project is seen and learners can benefit from its implementation. So, what is our program methodology? The Upbeat program was delivered through a series of interactive hands-on workshops, such as group discussions, creative poster making, essays, use of local languages, and interpretation, which is a really big gap in our educational system. And through this program, we have observed a few findings. But before that, I'd like to call my colleague to just share a few of the works, the creative interventions that we've implemented branch level to show the outcomes of this beautiful project.
Cleansing my bruised mind, allowing my third eye to see beyond reality. I pose the nudeness of pain, wrap my words in riddles, redefining the truths, staring darkness in the eye, poking death with this very mind, the root of all my fears, hidden in silent skies like silent clouds. This is one of the pieces that we're working with one of the kids from the Dipstoot branch. So, like my colleague Khomuto mentioned, that we implemented this particular project through the GP Northwest region, and we had Ebony Park and Mahikeng branch, which actually took a concept whereby they took a picture of Janet Jackson and requested the learners to illustrate, to come up with stories, to figure out who this particular person is. So this actually inspired storytelling, it inspired dialogue, it inspired creativity, and inspired a whole lot of teamwork in general. I thought the slide was up. And then in Chesterville branch, like she also mentioned that we use a lot of creative ways. They used music as a form of resistance. So whereby they tackled songs that were done by the likes of Hugh Masekela throughout the years in order to ensure that education does not just stop in the classroom, and also music is not just for dancing, but it's also to elaborate and also to unchain a whole lot of concepts and educate a lot of people beyond the classroom and the normal setups that we actually have. We also had the Dipstoot branch. The Dipstoot branch, which took a concept from the Learning Trust, whereby they said that they are keeping the lights alive. So Dipstoot, which is one of the areas that struggles a lot with electricity, poor sanitation and whatnot, they actually came up with the concept of candle lighting. So whereby they light a candle and ensure that they ignite each and everybody's candle, keeping the light alive beyond the normal classroom. They also created a mural whereby they used paint, fabric, and whatnot to just put in a sign. And one of the quotes from the learners stated, sorry, I'm trying to open this thing. The quote said, lighting the candle felt like a promise that we won't let our lights fade, even when things get tough. So this is quite significant for the recipients of our program who come from extremely under-resourced communities. So we're trying to light all of the particular lives. All right, good. No, because we still have a conclusion or whatnot. But yeah, we try to create a whole lot of creative ways in order to ensure that our learners go through the particular archives, recreate history, and reimagine it as we exist today. So yeah, I'll hand over to Khomoso to conclude.
Okay, so unfortunately, we were supposed to have a display in terms of pictures and all the things that the learners did, but it's fine. Yes, but I think my colleague described in theory what we did, but there are pictures for evidence. So we can network later and I can share. So, what did we learn from these interventions throughout our branches? Creative learning drastically increased engagement. Instead of the normal traditional classroom setting, learners got to engage with each other, peer-to-peer support, and they themselves taught each other, which created a sense of confidence instead of just the traditional, I'm going to school, I'm going to listen to the teacher, and I'm going to go home. So the information actually stuck. That information actually made a difference, and it changed perspective of how learning can be fun. What are the challenges that we faced? One of the highlighting challenges could be that this project intervention with the SACED archiving project highlighted a gap within the education sector that we currently have, which is what? There is a very, So this challenge is that there is a language barrier in terms of understanding that learners from probably private institutions have against those in public schools, because we deal with learners in public schools. And this highlighted a very intricate part in community-based participatory research, where we have to come up with practical solutions to solve these problems. And this project actually proved that this is a practical solution to an existing gap in the market, and regardless of the number of learners that we actually reach or we contribute to positively, it actually makes a difference. So the successes, we are doubling our learner participation target next year, which is a great thing. We started off with over 100, in the next coming year would reach over 250 learners. Tutors are adapting to this popular education method even more, as it is engaging and it has proven positive results. So in the next 6 months, we will be expanding and we will come back with a bigger, better project implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakile and Khomotso. Next is Gadra. You have 10 minutes, and I'll put the sign off when it's time.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present. So my name is Ashley, this is Lauren. We're both involved with an organization called Gadra Education. The project that we're going to be talking about today relates to our matric school, which is a second chance school based in Makanda in the Eastern Cape, with about 300 learners. So that's what we're going to be explaining. There's a kind of an access part and a success part. So what we're trying to do as a school is we're trying to ensure that our students get access to university through improved matric results, and then we're trying to make sure that they are scaffolded for success at university so that they ultimately graduate and then can access good work. So I'm going to just share the first part of it, which is specific to the teaching of history. So if the person operating the slides can just move with me, please. All right, so what's really interesting with the SACED materials, and yeah, I was actually a SACED tutor in the 80s myself, so I had some experience of SACED as a young student. The history work is really interesting because the history texts try to do two things essentially: improve essay writing and enable students to understand sources. And this is exactly what's been taken up in the National Senior Certificate curriculum. So if you have a look at a matric exam, students must do at least one essay and they must do at least one set of what are called source-based questions. So exactly the skills that SACED was trying to teach are the skills that are required in the National Senior Certificate. So it's really, really interesting. And from our perspective, the students coming to the Gadra Matric School, where they really struggle, not so much on the essay writing side, but on understanding sources and being able to deal with source-based questions. That's where we have the big challenges. So this is really what we were trying to learn from SACED, is how did SACED try and do it, and can we improve our own teaching and engagement methodology based on that? And essentially, if we go to the next slide, the SACED approach, I think we can kind of describe as very scaffolded, a very scaffolded approach where there were short, pithy extracts from sources selected, number one. Number two, often sources put right next to each other that are communicating different perspectives. So enabling students to kind of contrast different perspectives, and then carefully curated tasks and questions related to those sources. It sounds really basic, and it is really basic, but yeah, we weren't doing that deliberately. So this is essentially what we then tried to take up. There were 2 chapters in the 3rd term, which require source-based assessment. The first one, if we can move to the next slide, please, is dealing with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Quite interesting, of course, given that there's a court case unfolding in Gqeberha at the moment related to the Cradock 4, which is one of those cases that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was not able to deal with successfully. Sources, of course, are not just text sources. Normally, in a National Senior Certificate exam, there are 4 sources in total. 3 of them are text sources, and 1 is a visual source. So this is just an example of a cartoon that kind of does exactly what SACED was saying, like get to the key issue in relation to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Retributive justice is one of the key issues. Gross human rights violations. You can see the mountain of skulls. Yeah, and the second chapter that we taught using the SACED approach, if we go to the next slide, is also relevant, I think, to the Neville Alexander series of conferences, which is neoliberalism and globalization. So those are the two chapters that we basically very deliberately developed a series of these texts, questions relating to the texts, and they are then taken into a workbook, and that workbook is essentially what is kind of the product. If I just make some final comments before handing over to Lauren, if we can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, okay, and the next slide, I've covered that. So yeah, we tried to evaluate. We were basically comparing student performance after the introduction and usage of this tool. And I should actually also just remind everybody that according to the latest Pearls data, only 19% of grade 4 learners in South Africa can read for meaning in the language in which they were taught for the first 3 years of school. So we have real deep foundational problems that we have to try and overcome, and obviously working with 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds to try and address foundational literacy problems that should have been addressed in their foundation phase of schooling is very difficult. So the improvements that we saw were around about 4.5–5 percentage points on average, which perhaps doesn't sound significant, but if you're trying to get from 45 to 50, it is significant, those 5 percentage points. The learners themselves thought that this approach improved their ability to focus because the texts are shorter, so they can focus into the key concepts and then have kind of an ability to scaffold up to the larger texts that they require to understand in the actual examinations that they wrote a couple of weeks ago. So based on this, what we're going to be doing next year, and that I think is my final slide, is we'll then roll this approach out to the chapters that are then taught in the first and second terms. That's things like the origins of the Cold War, the expansion of the Cold War into Angola and so on. So we're going to basically use the SACED approach because it's pedagogically sound. The scaffolded approach is a very, very effective approach as opposed to just bombarding students with texts that are inaccessible and too dense. So, yeah, thank you very much to SACED. It's actually improved our own pedagogical practice. Our students have enjoyed it, and it should have a long-lasting effect in our very special Gadra Matric School. Lauren will explain quickly the program that she implemented.
So there's another set of slides that say LH. Yes, correct. Thank you. You can skip to the next one. I'm going to be speedy. So Ashley's already said to you that we are interested in two aspects at Gadra Education. We are interested in helping students to access tertiary and to be successful at tertiary level. And if we move on to the next slide, access is about getting in, physical access, right? You can also conceptualize these as physical access and epistemological access, or teaching the hidden curriculum as part of success. So when I was looking through the SACED material, I realized through thorough study that read well and write well, those two tools, they already help to enable access. They provide those foundational skills. Where there was space was for helping with success. And that's where I managed to implement a passion project of my own. If we move to the next slide, at the Gadra Matric School, I run a writing skills course. I've run it for the last 13 years. I have 13 years of experience, of feedback, of context, of how to teach the absolute basics of essay writing. And feedback from my students suggests that it's an effective course. It's very basic, but it's very helpful. If we move on to the next slide. So what I have done in combining the SACED archiving project and the Gadra Matric School is to create a booklet that is on academic writing, which supplements read well and write well, and teaches students essay writing as a formula. Something that you can apply if you are writing an essay of 500 words, if you're writing an essay of 1,500 words, if you're approaching a 9,000 word essay at third year level. These basic skills can be implemented throughout. If we move on to the next section, the formatting of the booklet, there are 5 sections which correspond to the 5 lessons that I use for teaching this course. There are sustained examples throughout. A very, very basic example, the lunch bar is the best chocolate. That's my entry level. It gets me lots of chocolate, but it also is very accessible for students at any level. Then there is also an example related to school uniforms and an example related to using artificial intelligence at tertiary level. So there are different layers of examples. And at the end of each section, there is a summary to tie everything together. If we move on to the last slide, which has vanished. So essentially, how I'm ending is this is a process of looking back at my past experiences, the knowledge I've gained, the skills I've gained, the feedback from students, and using that to move forward. From next year, I will be using this booklet to teach writing skills at the Matric School, and it will be available for other institutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving away from the secondary school reflections, we've got Takra, who will speak about Mhudi in African languages.
Molweni. Ninjani. I'm going to try to be quick, but when I do start, I think in the spirit of, or partially in the spirit of what I'll be presenting today, I want to start with a song. But we don't have much time, so please don't be shy and pick it up quickly. But I'm going to teach you. So it's a liquid, it's a call and response. The first, or let me say the response side, will be Mtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam. Umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo. Ay, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo. Ay, siwelele, siwele. Umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo. Ay, uyandisi, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo. Ay, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo wam, umtwalo. Ay, siwelele, siwele. Asibam. Sure. So hi everyone again. My name is Kawe Bola, and I come from Utaqa. Our task in the Paulo Freire Reading Laboratories was maybe a little different to I think most of the work, and that most of the work took the treasure trove of the archive Yasaked and wanted to implement it, and see what it does on the ground. But our job, at least from a first level, was to take the treasure troves and process them further to see, can we find a little more treasure? Can we find a little more value? Can we push it a little further? And our task then was to translate Moody, particularly into isiXhosa first, and then the second bit is to create an audiobook from that and go record the audio book for Moody. Sure, can we move forward? All right, so first to quickly tell you why Taqa exists. Kwataqa, we believe that every child has the right, every child has they deserve, if you will, to access books within their home languages. And we do our work, therefore, to use technology and to use language to try to create greater access to reading material, primarily for children. Right? We want to respond to the early literacy crisis in South Africa from the perspective of trying to give parents reading materials at home for them to be able to access them with their children, but two, to make it in fun and exciting ways, right? So one, that's trying to use language and making sure you have those books available within your home language, whichever it might be. And the second bit is then that it's in fun and exciting formats, such that it's in audiobook format, such that it's in video book format, and in ways you can enjoy. And I think we can go on to the next one. Sure. And really how we do this Kwataqa is threefold. So one, we are a digital library of children's books in 11 official South African languages. I want to correct, it's not all 11 official South African languages. We do have a 12th in sign language. We aren't there yet, but we will get there. The second bit is then translation services, and the third bit is kind of multimedia of using audiobooks and video books. Sure, I think we can go forward to Moody then. All right. So Moody, is a South African classic, a story that became South Africa's, I believe, first published novel by a black man. And it's a tale, of love and war in the time of Umzilikazi and in the time of Imfecane. And so we had great pleasure as Utaqa, one, to go, back to that and read it in a different format. I should say the Saked version of Moody is a comic book, which I must say was a really fun way to engage with this kind of classic story, and that we enjoyed in then taking one into isiXhosa, but secondly into an audiobook. It was new to us to do, let me not say adult literature, because I think Moody is still broad and can involve children too, but to be doing audiobooks for books, that are pitched beyond foundation phase. We had a lot more voiceover artists in studio than usual at a time, but nonetheless, it was a great show. We can continue. Sure. So the first bit of it was going about translating, right? And here we're trying to ensure that the book is not only read by those who can read English, but is also accessible to people whose mother tongue is isiXhosa and who maybe can't yet read and write in English. And so we translate to isiXhosa. I think some key challenges, perhaps, in the translation is trying to make sure that, as you work with your translator, you want to capture the tone and meaning of what is being said and not necessarily translate, the word for word. You might get lost. I think a second bit here, I called it cultural resonance in isiXhosa, or challenge, was that the story is written, about the Rolong or Marolong people and Matebele. And so a lot of the story, while it's kind of narrated in English, there's phrases that are said directly in Setswana, and kind of making those decisions that, okay, Sharp, this is a story about a particular people that I'm now telling in a different language. And we had to make sure that you keep kind of that authenticity of still allowing, I think one of the phrases was hutebele, or a number of different phrases that were used while trying to narrate the story in isiXhosa. And I'll say the last bit of a challenge is then, once you've done the translation, is can you do it in a way that also makes sense for audio? Because it's not always fully translatable, or in the sense that something that makes good sense in a written sense might not be great in conversation, and you sort of have to change it a little bit. But nonetheless, some work we enjoyed. I think we can go to the next slide. Sure. This is a quick excerpt from the script, or rather from the translation. And I think this was from the start of the book. And you have, in English, it's saying, it was a cold, cold night in the year 1913, the year that the land was taken away. It was in that year that a law was passed called the Natives' Land Act. Thousands of people were driven from their lands and home by this cruel law. And you then have it in isiXhosa to say, yayibubusuku obubanda ceke, ngonyaka wewaka elinamakhulu alithoba aneshumi elinesithathu. Nyaka lowo kwathathwa ngawo umhlaba. Ngenxa yalo mthetho okhohlakaleyo, abantu basuswa emhlabeni wabo nasemakhayeni wabo ngenkani. I obviously cannot go through the entire translation, but I did want to give us a bit of a taste. But I think we can move then from the translation. Sure. Then comes perhaps the funner part, that then being in studio with voiceover artists to actually record the book. I was actually one of the voiceover artists myself here, so I had a pretty good time with this. And I'm not sure if we can play, I did put a snippet in. If you can press that little volume thing. No, not that one. That one's kind of just for show, just above it. Sure. Are we able to click that? Okay. I might have to send out a way to listen to it afterwards. But I think the next slide as well, if we can go to that, kind of goes into the behind the scenes. And this is also a video just of one of the voiceover artists in studio. I think this was a reading of one of the first scenes involving Umudi in the story. And really, that's kind of it, at least for now. And that step one for us, Kwataqa, has been to produce an audiobook in isiXhosa. And then step two will be, what can we then do with that audiobook? I think there's a lot of opportunities, firstly, to work with the other organizations, who have multiple programs on the ground. We know that Umudi is prescribed within schools for some grade 11 learners. And so I imagine we could work with Ikamva Youth, maybe even Gadra Matric, to use the audiobooks of the story to enjoy. Of course, cautiously, because I know sometimes students watch the movie and don't read the text, and we don't want to run into that kind of trouble. But excited then for what we can do. Other possibilities, I think, with formats like audiobooks, is you can push the story via different radio stations and have them kind of play the story every day at a certain time in multiple different ways. So excited then for stage two, and super grateful to have been part of this first step and keen to keep going with the Circuit project. And that's us from Utaqa Bayatang.
Thank you, Kawe. All right, the next is the Black Power Station, African History in Murals and Poetry. Welcome.
Molweni, but most people call me X. I run the place called the Black Power Station in Makanda. We took over like an old power station in Makanda, a garage. We turned it to a live space, you know. So I guess most people, as he was saying, like the elderly people who don't want to be called elderly, they will have these stories that they used to smuggle books. They used to be secret spaces they would meet. So the Black Power Station for me is one of those spaces that breaks that historical memory of Ukuthi Abandu to speak the truth they must hide. So we're in an art space in Makanda. I guess we are the international arts destination for the creatives in that small town of ours. For us to be involved in the project was how do we revisit history, you know, and that is constantly in front of us, and how do we talk about it with these subjects that are very sensitive but still allow people to contradict themselves and still progress. So we use art. So you can go up a bit. So we're gonna experiment with this beautiful history book. In Makanda, you know, it's surrounded by small farms. There's a place where my father comes from. It's called Farmerfield. There used to be a school there, so it's no more. So it's a falling apart space. So we had friends. We felt that this connects with history and how people can be deprived of education, but also the type of education that is given to kids. What type of education is that? So as an artist and someone who has a parent who comes from that village that is no longer a village, that has a school and a church that is over 200 years, that is sitting there being vandalized, which is fine for people because they're not using it. But for us, we want to turn it over to a school that will give the kids, Abasas Lalini, who might be going like for 3 hours driving to Makanda to get a preschool, or bafike skolweni babuyele kaya, then there's no connection to school. So we want to turn that school and that church to be like a performance space, and also for those kids who cannot get after school classes, and also to stop the myth of one child who passes in the community is like something we should applaud of. So we should be able to creatively use art as a stimulus to make these kids to understand that this was designed. The reason why you cannot afford or access certain things, it was designed, so we should break that using the arts. So we've done this in Makanda. Most people have seen this. We were the first people to do like a mural of Charlotte Maxeke, you know, that when it lasted for a year. When we removed it, people were shouting at us because they loved it. It became a signature of the town. So it's more like we want to turn like the arts to the streets and to make it accessible to people, to make it as a way of having conversations. So basically we want to play around with the history in a way that gets everyone to talk about, you know. So basically, you can have this slide, but I think for us is to say history has a way of not, as people say, they say history repeats itself. It's never away, it's always there, it's always current, but it's just the way we deal with it as people. So for me as an artist and for us as the Black Power Station, we want to play around with these ideas and bring them to life. You can go down again. So this is the school. So we've cleaned it a bit. So we've used some topics like the philosophy of a graffiti artist, you know. So imagine what the artist sees when they see the wall. They see color, they see expression, they see like this relation of how graffiti artists is taken away from rock paintings. It's like something new, but these are the same thing. It's just a connection of the new world but to the old. So this village itself, it has some history. Beside the history of the missionaries putting the church there, but there's a history of like caves with rock paintings. There's a history of people who lived there. There's people who were Sotho people who lived in that community. So there was a mixture of people. So my father comes there, as I said. So for me to contribute is to be able to say, I'm from Makanda, it's 30 minutes drive. So why not take over the space and make use of it? So that's what we're gonna do, that's what we're doing, converting all of this. Where the flag of South Africa is, we're gonna put a big mural that is related to the history book that we're gonna be exploring in. You can pass on again. So basically we're gonna play around with the idea of looking at the history book, getting poets to write and reflect on how they look at the books and how history was told and how they feel personally about that, and also design 4 comic pages and also do the mural, one in Farmerfield and one in Makanda, which we're thinking of taking one that goes straight to the hospital. You know, there's a big bridge. We want to build one there, so we still want to conversate with our friends in Makanda to let us use that. So basically, we want to use the art as the way to, as a free education and free expression. Yeah, you can pass on. Yeah, and also we want to use culture as a tool for people, because most of the time I think this is an academic institution that also takes a lot from communities, and which is always a fight for me with friends who are in academia. I ask them, why do you call yourself knowledge barriers, but you're not? You're collectors, you taught very well how to write. But the people you invite, you interview, you call the field work, you know, all these places that you get the information, you become specialist. But the specialist is the people you collect the information in. So how do you connect yourself back? If you talk about decolonization, you should decolonize yourself, how you're seeing yourself as a knowledge barriers, but the people, the elderly people, the culture, the people who know the ground that knows, that has memory, but archaeologists will be seen as the people, but the land has memory. So in a way, we're trying to play around with indigenous knowledge systems that is embedded in our bodies and to try use culture to activate that. So at the Black Power Station, we invite people to come talk. We have a big Ubuhlanti out there. So we have conversation at Ubuhlanti about the importance of how culture is as a way to sustain family, beside you having a job. So basically, we use these indigenous systems there at the Black Power Station to actually decolonize those who have titles over the messages and the information they collect from people. So this is, and also the reason why I put myself carrying those books, because at the Black Power Station, entering there, the highest currency is paying with a book. Sometimes the book might be badly written, but it's a start for a conversation about how history is badly written and how we can interact with that and have a space where your race or your religion or your class doesn't matter. What matters is your contribution. So basically, that's the reason, that's the garage. And that's this Popo who is practicing Igricha. And that's also like a visual expression of an artist who is trying to illustrate the importance of African clothing and how sometimes people wear stuff that are not relating to their personalities. But yeah, and you can pass off. Yeah, so basically this is some of the things we've done inside the Black Power Station using music, arts, theater, and making people read and engaging with the community where you have the most, we can classify the most educated person with someone who is in a community having the same conversation about how to raise a child, and or having a conversation ukubaluleka kwenkaba as a connector to all of us, to the world, and what is the importance of Inimba, which is something that in the academic space nobody wants to discuss about. And also language has been the center about how much of Black South Africans are silenced by the system using the language against them. Like for an example, when someone takes your land, right? And then when they take your land, they would say, okay, let's reconcile. But they don't use words like random words. They use like words like Ubuntu. Because systematically in your blood, that word has a reaction. Because if I take something from you and then I want it back, and then when you say to me, have Ubuntu, automatically I'm the person that has that right to have that thing. I restrain from taking it back because that word is a doing word for me to respond. So in a way, I think such words are used deliberately, and as artists at the Black Power Station, we try to play around and waken people up that language is the key for you to find your freedom. And the freedom we were fighting for was not someone to build us a house or find us a job, was to find ourselves. Through that, we can find peace. That's why I think I'm loving the concept of using the archives, because it's a continuation of that. And for the Black Power Station to be influenced by Steve Biko saying, "Black man, you're on your own," and for my uncle Buddha Lester to tell me that to stop rapping in English and rap in isiXhosa so I can start thinking about what I'm saying more, because in English you can easily curse someone, but in isiXhosa everyone in this room will start looking around because it does make an effect. So anyway, for me, I would love to have more conversation of how these things can work. If there's another slide, you can move it. Basically, without kids, you know, at the school, this is what we want to do at the farmer field. We want kids to play, but at the same time, we want kids to be, not just to be kids to be quiet, but kids to be the ones that tells us the truth about ourselves. So from Nage and Abulela, I would say thank you very much. That's about us for the Black Power Station. Looking forward to share with other people what we do. When you're in Makanda, come to the Black Power Station, and yeah, peace.
I'm slowly getting the knack of it. I now have 3 labels. Please, when you do speak, please have a look at me on the side there. I got 2 minutes, I got 5 minutes, and now I've got time. Okay. Next is Chisimani, who will speak on writing. It's a question, writing our history.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and good morning, everyone. Mandla. We did not bring a PowerPoint slideshow, so please look at me. Yeah, so this is how we'll tell people that are looking at their phones. I know sometimes when we're looking at PowerPoint presentation, it's time for us to respond to WhatsApp messages sometimes. So yeah, now you are looking at me. I am the PowerPoint presentation. Yes, indeed, my name is Buso Kobangela. All the way from Cape Town, coming from an organization named Chisimani Center for Activist Education. To talk about our relationship with SACET, I think it's important to give a little bit of a background. I had a mention of Robin Kelly, and there's a question that he asked, which is, what are young people fighting for today? And to answer that, I would say, myself in 2008, while I was still in high school, yes, I'm not that old, I was busy fighting in high school for basic infrastructure, because we were writing exams during winter in classrooms that had no windows, that has no doors. So while we were still trying to concentrate and tap into what you have memorized in your head for the exam paper, but you had to try very hard to escape the rain that was entering the classroom. So we were fighting for that. In 2015, I was charged for public violence during Fees Must Fall because I was fighting for access into higher education. In 2020, I was evicted during COVID because I could no longer afford a place to stay. And by that time, I went and joined the movement of landless people to occupy a piece of land. And that is where I still stay even today. So those are some of the struggles that young people are still going through today. And for those that are much more matured, they can already pick up the connection from our past and today. So the organization Chisimane, when it was formed in 2016, soon after that, it formed a platform called Umthombo Wolwazi, where it brought young people from across Cape Town townships to come together and introduce this concept of political education. Fortunately, Comrade Mazibuko Jaha was very much involved in those sessions as well. So we met, we discussed, and we tried to understand at a much more deeper level what we are currently going through. Because it's very much important that sometimes we don't associate our dysfortunate to personal failures. But sometimes it's where we are born, sometimes it's how we look like, and stuff like that. So we participate in that process. So we've been engaged in these political discussion spaces that have helped us to understand a lot of ongoing structural challenges that we're faced with. So as a person who still is involved in the landless movement, this political education helped us to also make connection with other communities, even across Cape Town. You might know that Cape Town is still one of the most racially segregated cities till this day. When I come to the Eastern Cape, people assume that I can speak Afrikaans because I come from Cape Town. I cannot, because I stay more than 20 kilometers away from the city center. I don't stay around colored people because colored people are put in a colored community. I stay in a black community which was formed in 1985 to accommodate around 200,000 persons, but now it's approaching it's just over 1 million in a place called Khayelitsha. But what we have done with this political education, we have built cross relations with other communities. For example, Comrade Neville, which we are very fortunate to have in our spaces, a freedom fighter, someone who was very much involved in the labor movement during the 80s. He stays in an occupation called the Sigul House, which is an old Woodstock hospital that was deserted for many years because the city allowed something called gentrification, where people stayed for generations in this particular community, such as Woodstock, Salt River, but overnight they woke up, they could no longer afford to stay there. The rates went high, the price of living in that community went very high, and now when you walk in the street, there's a yoga studio, there's a coffee shop, there's everything that poor people can no longer afford. And the only option that was presented to them was that there's a area they could go and stay to, that is plus minus 30 kilometers away from the city center. They said no. They continue to stay in Woodstock till this day. Their lives continuously is a site of struggle. So us staying in Khayelitsha and having a relationship with these communities, this was only helpful through political education. I often make an example. In Cape Town, there are challenges with stereotypes, even amongst the racial groups. In fact, even amongst poor racial groups. So sometimes these stereotypes often came up and they caused a lot of conflicts. So we introduced one day a session which we often learn that sometimes when people come together and they cook, they often talk honestly. They share their experiences openly. So instead of inviting people into a workshop that is formal, how about we just come, invite people to a cookout where we prepare different dishes about, that represent our cultures and where we come from. And we did that. And in those spaces, that's how we also realized that there's a lot more that connects us than things that separate us. So we've built from such experiences, and also we often develop our tools of political education. I must say I should have started with this disclaimer. 10 minutes doesn't do justice to tell some of the stories that we have. And when you invite people like myself to talk, it becomes a challenge. So we very much appreciate the relationship that we have built with SACET, which started this year. We started a pilot project in September, its implementation, to help us build this dialectical relationship from past experiences to what is happening today, to what we are currently happening today, so that we understand that actually there's nothing new under the sun. It's just that the devil is just wearing a different gown, but it's the same thing. So we started that platform. So from that, I think this time that you have shown me has totally disturbed my presentation. But also, yes, don't worry, I'll make sure that I leave you 2 minutes. But what is very much important about this is that we are people that are trying very hard to expand that space, get more people into that. But I think Comrade Sindisa wants to say a thing or two.
You are out of order as well. You are very much out of order. When we discussed this, we said 5 minutes, 5 minutes. I don't know now the 2 minutes, but let me just get into the second project that we are aiming. Oh, my name is Sindisa Monakale. I'm a student at the University of the Western Cape under the Historical Studies Department. I'm also a participant in this project. I don't know if the reason I was recruited is because I'm doing history or as an activist. So also we need to answer that. So it's called the Reclaiming African Histories, which is building radical futures, which is important because it's linked to this conversation around a political education. And one of its major aims, this project, is to challenge this idea of South African exceptionalism, right? Things like your Operation Tutula, your PA. Comrade Salim has mentioned that in his opening remarks. And also to assist young activists like myself who are organizing inside UWC to deepen our understanding in history and political development. So through those groups that we have on campus, and also opening up the university, right, to call out the community of Khayelitsha, Miningburg, and other parts of Cape Town, because universities has become isolated, these ivory towers, in different parts of the country. So this project is also aiming at addressing that. But also, one of the major important things is to also revive and adapt the radical pedagogies of the SACET material. Because it's there, it needs to be utilized. We need to revive it, engage it, and introduce it. Because if you're not in any organizations like your EFF Student Command, SASCO, where are you politicking? There's no space for other people to organize and mobilize themselves and discuss certain issues. So it's also to help us doing that. One of the challenges and issues that we faced as a student at UWC is that there's this vacuum of organizing in student politics and organizing, which this project will help us doing that. And in Neville Alexander himself, he wrote that some students have become victims of romantic illusion that the students are the vanguard of national liberation and that they can make decisions without reference to the workers' movement. In his words, he says that all other struggles, no matter in which area they start, whether it is a struggle that began by women, youth, the churches, or by the groups, have to got to link up with the struggle of organized working class if they are not to be defeated or deflected into a reformist or even collaborationist path. We are seeing that happening in the country with these new movements and developments that are happening. And part of the work of this group is to make sure that the student struggle is not divorced from the struggle of the community. Because if we fight for these accommodations inside campus, this is the struggle for land outside of campus. Because if there's no land to access, okay, there's a lot I was going to say. Otherwise, in a nutshell, that is that and goes.
Chair, as I collect my notebook, which I left here, so the name of this program is called Sankofa Reading Sessions, named after a Ghanaian bird that when it flies, it looks back, but it never crashes against the wall. So with that being said, if you don't know where you come from, you will never get to the intended destination. So the future is built on the foundation of a strong understanding of where we come from. We are continuing to have these sessions. So next year we're going to have more. I'm hoping that SACET can continue to partner with us because we are very excited of this project. Thank you very much. Mandla.
Thank you for broadly keeping to time or manipulating time so that it stays within the time. The next, we will have Workers' World Media, Lunga, to come and speak on understanding municipal budgets.
Amandla, qina msebenzi qina. Fortunately, I won't be fighting with anyone for time. The 10 minutes is mine. Comrades, I must say thank you very much to SACET as well for giving us this opportunity to invite us actually to this conference, because we started a partnership with Neville Alexander's building at UCT, where we host annual activities with Leanne and others. It's an annual lecture, Saluji lecture. So I must say one is digging deeper into the readings of Neville Alexander. It's never late. I've heard about the name, I've attended many of the sessions, but now it's time for me to read through. Comrades, I think I was very happy this morning coming here. One of the shop stewards that Workers Well trained last year was very happy to say that the child last week came with a homework where the homework was asking what COSATU is. You know, the shop steward was very happy because she could respond to this question, but before, because of worker education is no longer there, or it's limited, comrades can't respond to some questions and cases that are there. So she was very happy to say, now the curriculums are already digging deeper into, South African history, but also the worker and community, education. So Workers' World is exactly that, or that's its role. It's an NPO. We are celebrating 28 years of existence this year. We use media as a tool to mobilize and organize around the country. Next slide. As I've said, the two sessions within Workers' World, the media component, where we train shop stewards and communities around using media, radio, TV. If you know 263 Cape Town TV, it's the baby of Workers' World, existing on its own. And I'm already excited to say to Sacha that as the chairperson of that board of Cape Town TV, let's take this material to Cape Town TV because it's an international television station, and nothing will stop us now immediately from exactly doing that, taking all the material that is presented here and putting it on Cape Town TV. The sooner the better. We can start now in December already. Comrades, our role was we were given a role to develop or start a booklet around municipal budget and where it is and what is it for, and how can we understand it. I must say it was a new field for us, but because we are working with communities and workers, it felt very easy to work because many people, at next year's elections, people will be taken to IDP, but there will be no feedback after the IDP. So we needed to look into that, and when Sachet presented the opportunity, we grabbed it with both hands. Not that we are knowledgeable of it, but we worked through with workers, as I've said, and community. The next slide. Okay, you can move to the next slide. We can move. So these are the communities that we work with, comrades. We have what we call labor community media forums. So it says itself, it's labor, which is represented mainly by workers, unionized and non-unionized. We include the community. I must say that if you know COSATU Locals will started by Workers' World. We took the initiative to COSATU to say, let's start locals in most of the areas. And then, if you remember very well, the unemployed were never included in these unions most of the time. We said, how do we then build this bridge between the worker and the community or the unemployed? So we started that initiative with COSATU, I think in 2014 as well. So these are the areas that we work with. There are different struggles and different, issues around all these communities. So by looking or hearing already some of the presentations here, we could already make the links. The first station that I went to was the the station in Makanda. Sorry? The Black Power Station in Makanda. That was my first visit immediately, Louis, after I left here. I stayed there the whole day, just looking at what Comrade is doing, the beautiful work that he's doing there. So we already see link-ups, especially in the farming communities of the Western Cape. Someone was talking about cookouts. Comrades, I don't want to stay in Cape Town anymore. I stay in the farms most of the time because that's how we hold meetings. Those comrades braai, they don't have nothing, but they make sure that on Sunday they braai. We sit around the fire, we discuss issues of community, workers' issues, and so on and so on. So that's the booklet that we produced. If you can click the link for me. Fortunately, the time is still on my side. If you can't click the link, I'll send the link through the email as well. It spoils everything. But anyway, comrades, that's the last slide. These are some of the things that we do as Workers' World, and we are hoping to use the same booklet in all of those spaces. We do study circles with the comrades from Amandla, for example, We do film screenings in most of the farms. We have a People's Media Consortium where we are hoping to read and do that. And yeah, and then the last one, it's the, and then they switch off my last slide. Oh, there it is. The Labour Community Advice and Media Education Centers. We have about 5 of them. One in Marikana, Alexandra, East London, Brailin, Cape Town, in Khayelitsha, and in Didorens. This is where we do study circles. And in the Central Karoo, we are hoping to have one advice office there where we'll do most of these study circles. In closing, comrades, yeah, as I've said, we see a collaboration already with all these organizations here. If you are talking of UTAQ, we have studios at Workers' World, radio studios. Already there's TV studios. So he's sitting next to me, so we'll have that engagement. The Black Power Station, we've started talking already. So there's that work that we still need to do beyond the project. But we are very excited as well. Thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you, Lunga. The booklet, we have seen it. It's a wonderful 30-page document, and we'll put the link or send it out through the send it via email. The last group to present are the Amandla study groups from Amandla and SIPSET. You have 10 minutes, and then we'll have 30 minutes or 26 minutes for discussion.
Good day, everyone. Igama lami uJohn Khaya Xhala. I'm from Amandla. Amandla, on this Amandla reading groups, we work in collaboration with NMU, SIPSET, which is the Center for Integrated Post-School Education and Training. I will give a brief background of Amandla. Amandla emerged in 2012 as an alternative platform whereby communities, workers, labor movements could come together and engage outside of political party limitations. You know, where can we will say there will be collaborations between the labor movements, the communities, even the higher education institutions, as we are currently working now with NMU. Now, we'll move to, I will move to this. So, as Amandla, we approach NMU, SIPSET, to collaborate on this project. We saw an opportunity that how can we begin and instigate engagement among our fragmented communities, community workers, and also women groups. So we decided to start these study groups, whereby we will have 3 groups. The groups for the workers, whereby they can meet together and root together, and also women and the community. So we read in our own space, on a comfortable, then later on we begin to meet together, comrades, so that we can share in our understanding of what we have read among each other. So that's how we organize ourselves. We did, so what we do in each study session, reading session, we read, let's say each chapter have about 6 sections, someone read about 3 sections, and then we engage our understanding of what we have read. And our experiences through that is that we get an opportunity whereby we read in English and we decipher that in our own understanding of our Xhosa, so that we begin to get to better understand of what we have read. And then we begin to engage each other. And why that book? freedom from below, we noticed that in literature there's a gap in terms of understanding of where we come from, of labor movement history, of South African history, pre-colonial times, and then since the birth of South Africa, PLYTD. So we begin, also we engage with each other and share in our understanding, which at times begin to trigger conversation to say, if there's a certain gap within what we have read and engaged on, we go further to research and share literature. So it also does, it makes us to go and read more, so get a better and whole understanding. I will give Uvuvu to finish up so that I cannot finish all the time.
Andla qina mhlali qina nqandusilwa mhlali nqandusilwa. Oh mandizibulisele. I think uzawugqibezela Jongi. So I think Jongi has already explained what we are doing as Amandla and SIPSET. So I think he left in this picture that shows us when we are meeting as a group, the broader group, the women's group, workers group, and the community group. Okay, so in that stage, it's where as different groups, we meet and say, we read about the book in our groups, but there are certain issues that we don't understand. And in the group of women, the other time they came with chapter 1 and 2, they say, in this book, we don't hear anything about women. And maybe the writer forget about women. So we even talk about that. Then there is in the next slide, the picture was for Amandla. Then we end up also pledging solidarity to our own comrades and other organizations. And there was a woman from a women's study group where she was attacked. Then we decided to make a picketing outside the court, so the court will be, so that we fight and build this unity to us, and also thinking that as we are working together, we need to support each other. So, and also as women's group, we also discussed the issue of gender-based violence. And before we read the book, every time we check in and say, okay, what is going on around our communities? And check what is new for us, so that we discuss even our personal issues and link it with the book, where there is issues that women at the book that were not there. And then where we ask ourselves, where were those women? And we have other answers that maybe they were sitting at home, not doing anything, but yeah. And then, so the last part, okay, what we learn, I think we learn in that, in the study group. One in the study groups, I think one important part is that reading together also give us a confidence, because one of our members in the groups read for all of us. And then it started to say, okay, while we are reading together now, it makes sense because we also understand the issue of language. For us, it's a problem. Then there will be one of us that can translate what was the reading said. Then we discuss it in Xhosa, and if we get names that we don't understand, then we also identify those names for the broader group, where we'll also saying, Tina, we don't understand these names and we want clarity about this name, and have that broader discussion. So it also helps us going to the communities. And Freedom from Below, when we are reading it, we get to understand also the history. So our history is very important. Then we understand where are we coming from, and even the struggle that is continuing now, where are we now in those struggles, and link with the struggle that was happening back then with the struggle that is continuing now. So for us, the reading part and discussion is very important, because we went to communities also and tried to check where are we implementing, and also how are we organizing, because the book is also talking kakhulu about organizing. So organizing workers and Comrade Jongi, when they discuss in that group of workers, they started to see, as in those unions is something that were happening back then, but now it's continuing happening now. And then what are the strategies that we should take in that book, and also going to our unions and to our community, assisting each other to organize.
Thank you. Thank you, Vuvu. Okay, we're going to have questions. I'll take 3 at a time. I would like each of the... Can somebody from each group come up to the front and have a seat? Because I would like you to answer from around here. So you can make your way up as you come. And yeah, we've touched on a wide range of themes, including language, literacy, access, history, methodology, archives, and complexities of race, class, gender. So please ask any questions, and I'll start to take as soon as everyone is up. Do we have a roving mic? And do we have a mic that we can pass around? Okay, okay, thanks. Okay, anyone with a question? Some chairs, you want to sit here? You want to come sit this? Thanks. Asha is the first. Anyone else? Okay, I'll take Asha first, and then please come in if you need. Okay, Asha, and at the back too. Yeah.
Thanks, comrades, for all the presentations and all the work. Yeah, really nice to hear about what's going on and what people are doing with the SACID work. I was very interested in this project of doing the audiobook for Muhuti. And I wanted to just ask a question about some of the work that you've... It sounds like it's not the first audiobook you're doing. Yeah, so I guess I was interested in what you're finding, or how you're using audiobooks in relation to like written text, and how students are engaging that, and yeah, what's interesting that you found about that kind of form of literature.
And then at the back, Tamidi. I'm going to take the questions first, and then we'll have answers. And a third. Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much to each and every one of the presenters. It's absolutely wonderful to see the efforts to revisit the SACID publications and to link them to current struggles on the ground. It's just, I find it phenomenal, and I found it very enriching. And I wish that we had a whole day to discuss this so that we can hear in greater detail and build on it. So just thank you, that appreciation. But I want to ask one of the issues of the complexities of race and gender, and given our constraints in time and so on, I really want to just hone in on the issue of women, you know, very much linked to the whole overall gender question that we also need a lot of time for. And I think the last speaker, forgive me, I cannot remember your name now, but you say that women didn't recognize themselves in the writings, and it may be a reflection of a particular historical period and so on. But it is absolutely critical that we examine that and see then how do we make the link to today and the nature of the struggles underpinned by an analysis of the societies we were then and the society that is now.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. My question is just on the Amandla study group. I just want to understand okay. Sorry. I just want to understand, you said you are dealing with women, workers, and community, and you have these groups. And I just want to understand beyond these groups, because the power, I think, of getting all these people will lie beyond these groups. Then how do you go about enriching the audience beyond the groups? And two, what are your challenges in terms of reading? Because on other presentation that we got was that sometimes reading becomes the challenge. So how do we make sure that we do not only read for the sake of reading, but we read to understand at the level of what is being communicated? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I think maybe let me start to say why we decided to do audios to start with, and then see perhaps some of the things that we've thought are cool along the way. I think one, at first we just wanted to make things in like multiple modes because different people enjoy things differently and learn differently. And so we thought, okay, sharp, let's have multiple languages, let's have audio, let's have video book, and let's, let humans find what works best for them. But I think the second reason is that we know that one of the reasons parents don't read to their children. So maybe I should take a step back to say we've done a lot of audiobooks before, but it's been strictly children's books because our world is generally the world of children's books and making audio and video books in 11 South African languages of children's books. Another reason that we did that is that research suggests a lot of parents don't read to their children, not because they don't want to, but they often don't have the confidence to pick up a book and read because they themselves are a little challenged with regards to the reading. And so they're okay, sharp, let's make the audios and let's try pair them with the written and video so that you can still enjoy a story perhaps with your child, even if you don't yet have the confidence perhaps to read to your child yourself. And I guess in the ways we've put them out thus far and cool things we've learned. So one, we put out, we run a channel on the Ayoba messaging app. And the Ayoba messaging app is kind of across the continent. And there we're just putting out children's audiobooks in all, well not all, but in 11 official South African languages. And one of the things I thought were interesting is that there was a couple of months where the highest listenership was in Cameroon, and it was Zulu books. And I still don't really know why that was happening. But I thought it was really interesting. Yeah, just as the way people were listening. But I think secondly, perhaps in programs that we've run on the ground. So in Cape Town this year, we were running a bit of a reading club, or we called it the Reading for Meaning program, where on Saturdays, children came through and we would listen to the same story and watch the same story in different languages. And then, we'll play a bit of name recognition across the languages, discuss different concepts between the languages. And we found the children really enjoyed that. And, when you're doing the same story in the second language, and that second language, say, is isiXhosa, because in Cape Town it was isiXhosa and English that we're kind of doing this. And we'll do it in isiXhosa, and they will be more confident now to engage, but also then be able to engage on, if we're doing Brave Bora versus Ubora Oligocha, you then see that, but okay, both of these things are brave, and this is what it means. So I think we found that children mainly were more confident and excited to engage. And then in that engagement, you can start to learn things from the stories. But let me hold it there. Thank you.
No, they were asking you on women.
There was a hand. Okay.
Next round.
Oh, okay. I think about women, as I said before, that the women's group, we decided to have it because sometimes in the broader spaces, we don't have enough time as women to discuss issues that affect women at the workplace, to the societies, and other communities. So we decided to have that group that we read and also talk about issues that affect us. And it gives women the confidence of when we are having a broader spaces, you can see most of delegates that attend here from Amandla, it's women that's sitting in this side. And also we have different ages of women where we have youth and old people. And also the old women, I think they are one that surprises us in the group, where when we are discussing, also giving us, even on reading, they are the one that volunteer themselves to read. And I was like, you, the English here in this. And then they started, the youth, to think that, the older ones started to give us direction, then we should learn. And when I was saying that in the first chapter, the women, the book was silence about women, but chapter 3 and chapter 4, then we started to see that, oh, okay, there were women's in the book, and we think that also we discuss about how, because in the book they speak about women, white women, that they were recognized to be part of they get jobs, and then still, then we said as women, in our spaces, we used to support, also discuss the leadership part when women are in leading. And our spaces, we are the one that's supporting the male comrades in our spaces. And as women, we don't support each other. And how are we dealing with that as women? And because we see even when Uvuvu is speaking, I saw the CV, but Sia, when Sia came, or Jongi, then they will start to understand ba kutiwan. So how can we support each other as women? The second question is fine, but it's asked by the Amandla comrade. I feel like workers, one of the session, I'm worried that Comrade Lunga is not here. We noticed as, oh, okay, as the Amandla working with eWorkers World, organizing shop steward training, and I was embarrassed when I was looking the room, having abantu that they don't understand why they were elected as shop steward. And when you trying to engage them, they started to think about their degrees and their performance. That's why they were part of e-shop steward. So we feel like having a study group, it's a base where continuously we have those sessions where the workers also share their work in the group, because when we are checking in before we read the book, we started to say, okay, what are the challenges of the workers in the workplace? Then Comrade Mzi, then they started to share what they are dealing with, and then we read the book and started to discuss and check what is going on and can assist us on going to organize in the workplace. Thank you.
Thanks. I had one question there. 1:15, Erna, you said. Okay. One question, and then 2, 3. Sorry.
Good morning. Thank you to everyone for their contribution. There's 2 questions I want to put here. Not one question, just one comment, firstly. Ikwam youth, am I right? Okay. Are you non-racial? In other words, do you cater to all communities? Because I'm happy. Because there's a perception in this country that it's only the black students actually are struggling. You'll be surprised how many problems there are. So I do commend you for doing that. Okay, that's the first point. The second point is the GADA. By the way, as a former second lecturer, I taught second actually now. I work with second actually in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I'm very impressed by especially Lauren's book or pamphlet, Read Well and Write Well. My question to you is that, is it possible to obtain a copy of that pamphlet? Because that should be sent to all the schools. And you were right that second at the beginning, I remember Alan Zinn assisted me with that. They had a magnificent, simple, easy way of transmitting knowledge to the grade 8, grade 10, 11, and 12. I used to teach at building opposite the new law courts in Port Elizabeth, where on Tuesdays and Thursdays, actually, I taught SACOT students. So I want to, again, say thank you to all the contributions. And then just one point I want to mention here about the gentleman, Chisamani, who lives in, I think, Kairicha, he said, and he's struggling and to make contact with other groups. That's why I can't speak Afrikaans. He should make a concerted effort to make contact with other groups, because that is actually the way in which this country will improve. Thank you.
Sorry.
I forgot something. Okay. I will just mention here that the late Dennis Sawiza, he was a second member, and he's the person who basically recruited me to assist him with second teaching. Thank you. Okay. I didn't mention Dennis Sawiza.
So thank you for an extraordinary experience. I think anyone who missed this has missed an incredibly interesting thing. I want to ask you a question. Each of you, you needn't answer the question, but I think it goes to the heart of some of the issues we've been discussing here. You can take it as a compliment, which I hope you'll take it as a compliment, rather than a criticism. Why aren't you, ladies and gentlemen, in formal politics? Why aren't you in formal politics? Because the quality of leadership, the quality of invention, the quality of innovation, the quality of thought is what we need in our country. Why aren't you in politics?
Thank you. No, one more.
Amandla. My name is Andile Mapisa. I represent Izabalaza Pathway Institute. I'm an agroecologist, community mobilizer, and organizer. Now my question is in this room, not to the panelists. How do you bring back that the culture of reading in young people? Young people, they don't see reading as a tool or they don't see knowledge is the power. So how do we bring back that culture of reading in young people, and also to the union organizers? How do we, bring back that protest talk amongst the workers in the workplace? So I've been struggling to see that, that fire amongst the workers. I only see fear. Workers, are working in fear. They are, they are fearful. So how do we eliminate that fear and bring back that protest talk amongst the workers? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a few minutes left, so I think everybody please feel free to respond and also be concise. We have about 7 minutes. Thanks.
Thank
1 minute
you.
each.
Okay, I'm well warned about the time. I'm Dombi from Ikamva Youth. Just to take on the question about racial inclusion in our program. So we have 15 branches nationwide, and 2 of them that are based in colored areas. Those who are from Cape Town, you might be familiar with Atlantis. We have a branch there. And those from the Northwest, we have a branch in Danville. So just wanted to clear that. And then again, just to demystify that we don't integrate our young kids into politics. Yes, we do. And they participated recently in the G20. And then again, just for inclusion of, there's a stereotype that only poor people actually struggle, even the rich. So in that manner, our program actually, it integrates everybody. Struggles are everywhere. We have what is called the GIBS Entrepreneurship Program, which is facilitated by Ikamva Youth, and it includes everyone from every background, rich, poor, so that we inculcate, good leadership when the kids are in school, and that is where we take off and build a better country.
Okay, for me, we'll start with the one. I think, how do we bring back reading to the people? For us at the Black Power Station, we have those lots of books. Before we start a show, before we start anything, we read a book. Because there's plenty of them. We make people read and we discuss the book. Even if an artist is visiting, we make the artist read the book out loud. So it's part of the culture, And also the part about women, I wanted to share a part that we planned at the Buhlandi Black Power Station. There's a discussion about ubaluleka komakhulu as an institution, not to see them as title, but as institutions. Once we start to see abantu abangomama as bearers of knowledge, they won't see them as just people but they are bearers of knowledge. They are institutions. And then once we bring it back at home, rather than take, because the politics of women are the popular ones about academic spaces, professional spaces. We don't talk about our culture, how women are viewed in our political structures at home. And then we take home away. So I think that's also part why the struggle of women, as a man speaking for women, but I have a mother that showed me a perspective of how women are treated. So also I want to talk about, there's a lot of stuff I want to respond to. I think for me as an artist, I am in politics already. I'm in politics of art. There's no political organization that has a manifesto on what to do about artists. So as artists, we are educators, we in politics from our content, exhibition. Look at these posters out here. These are designed by artists. So, but it's just that in formal politics, as you're asking, you get limited because you have to be falling in line. You're no longer independent. So in a way, on the sideline, we are politicking from our lyrics, from our poetry, from the theater. Although in TV, the university is the biggest failure of creating the right political leaders. They're creating people to work for the same places that are actually oppressing people. So as independent artists, I think we are already in politics. I'm speaking freely to the institutions that are better of knowledge. That's politics to me. So.
No, thank you very much. the Afrikaans comment, I think my example was quoted out of context. The only thing I was trying to draw was the fact that if you're not in Cape Town, you have an understanding that everyone in Cape Town speaks Afrikaans. Until you go there, you realize when you get there that actually this town is racially segregated. So these races and languages don't interact as you think they would if you've never been into the town. So making an effort, I make an effort every single day of my existence. I can make many examples. I think even in School House, I have a room there where there are African-speaking people. Some of them can't even speak English properly. But I go there, you know, even understanding the culture and stuff like that. So our organizing, we've made a serious effort that we will organize ourselves across the racial groups, across the language culture. In fact, the biggest effort I've ever made is English. That's the biggest effort I've ever made. I'm born free. Probably about 15 years ago, I could not read and speak English for meaning. But I had to make an effort so that I can be able to participate in the economy of this country. When I got to university, I was struggling to understand. I couldn't stand in front of people and speak English. But today I can read Das Kapital. So, so I have made that effort. And you must also remember that there are people in this country that even before 1994, that had the privilege to go wherever they want to go, to learn any language they wanted to learn. But they never made any effort to speak indigenous languages of this country. They never made zero effort, right? They only speak English. That is why even till today, one of the things that I protest about is you go to a community meeting where in an African-speaking community or in a Xhosa-speaking community, and one English-speaking person enters the room, and all of us must speak English. I refuse to do that. If you can't speak isiXhosa or understand it, bring a translator to sit next to you, or don't attend that meeting at all. So that those are very important things that we don't often talk about. So we must acknowledge where we come from and the effort that we have made on the culture of reading. From my experience, and also as a born free and someone who participates even in social media, if, for example, you go to Facebook, Chair, there are diaries that are written there by young people, some of them reactionary and stuff like that, but they have religious followers, thousands of people, because they are relatable. So it's not about the culture of reading, it's what people are reading. If people can relate to what they are reading, they won't read it. That's very, very important. And also bringing up stories about Xhosa heroes, Zulu heroes, Khoi and the San. We are sitting on land here where over 100 years of resistance was fought, but you struggle to find those books anywhere. You know, there are no movies about it, but the only movie you're going to find is probably about a battle that was fought somewhere in Natal for 50 minutes, and then we have a huge series about that.
I have to cut you on movies now. Now we've got to move.
Yeah, no, look, I think the lesson out of the session already, coincidentally, I went to the toilet and then Bevel went to the toilet. The first thing that we said Cape Town is complaining too much. Both of us, we said it at the same time. We look at the work that is done by organizations in the Eastern Cape without funding, but the work is moving. In Western Cape, if there's no money for transport, we don't go to meetings. We rely too much on funding. So that's the one lesson that we've taken out, and it's good that we are forming a united front of the organizations in the Western Cape currently. So maybe that will cut the complaining. But one thing before I hand over, the education in the working or workers or in the unions, there's a big vacuum, comrades, in that sector. And you know what? People like us, you know, and Comrade Amandla, comrades from Amandla, we are being attacked by unions every day for bringing education, because the leadership on top feels that once the comrades on the ground, the shop steward, learn these things, they will take over. We are called all sorts of names, ultra left, we are talking what we don't know, and so on and so on. So, comrades, and I was going to ask comrade from Zabalaza that how did you miss asking comrade Mazibuko the question that you were asking just now? Lastly, I experienced a very sad moment in the farming sector recently around women, where women are given short time, mainly because they are women. I wanted to speak more, but I'll leave it there on the issue of segregation of women, because they can't do other work. They can, but because men are there, already you are told that instead of working 8 hours, you'll work 2 hours in the farming sector.
In this instance, I'm going to speak quickly and short, not because I'm a woman, but because there is very little time. So I just want to directly address the question about the resources. Read Well and Write Well and all of the SACID publications are already available for free online in PDF version. And then the GADRA booklet that I've created on writing skills, the GADRA booklets on the history teaching as well, those are already, they're prepared, they're in PDF format, and they'll be uploaded once I've shared them with the SACID archiving project.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the session. If you have any other questions or comments, please talk on the side. Thanks.
Yeah, so comrades and colleagues, I'm really sorry that, and this happens at every conference. There's never enough time for discussion. We hope that you will continue this beyond the conference and keep in touch with one another. In your conference booklet, there are often, I think for most of the organizations, there are links to their website and their material. You should be able to find it there. We're going to break. We had a longer break. We ate into our break, so we're going to break for 15 minutes, and then we would like to start again. In this next session, we are talking about the war in Palestine, the genocide in Palestine, and scholasticide, which is a key theme of this conference. So I would like to request you to just, if you've not finished your coffee or your tea or your scone, please bring it into the venue, have it here so that we can start on time. We would like to start at 12:30, I think, would be the right time. Okay. 10 minutes. Call. 10 minutes. Promised Alan that he could take an ad break. So here's the ad break from the Mandela University Press. Quickly, Alan.
Just a quick one. I'm hoping that John Samuel is online, and his book is out there for sale. Winged Words. He's a birder, and it's out there. The poetry book, and then the book by Doreen Musson on Neville. A biography. It's available, and it's reduced to 250 Rand today. So please go out and get the book. Thank you.
at refusing and resisting, but this is not the time to do that. Refuse and resist. Please, could you take your seats? And so while we wait, I just want to see him. Putlane. Is he here? Black Power Station poets. While we're just waiting for people to trickle in, are there the Black Power Station poets here? No? Okay. Now I'm missing Salim, who is the person who has to be here. There you are. I was about to say, where's Salim? I'm welcoming you. It's your session now. And I just want to check, do you have a link that you need people to play, Salim? Is there a link in your presentation? Okay. So just a note for people who send presentations. If you have a link in your presentation, you have to actually send the voice or the video link, the video with it. Otherwise, we can't play it. So Salim, who doesn't have a link and who likes to walk when he talks, so I think he also walks the talk, I'm giving over to you, Salim. Can we get a mic that works, please? Okay.
Thank you. We've got to, I know it's before the graveyard shift, so I can see everybody's very alert already. And I'm going to really run through the slides because there's so much to talk about. I just want to give you a background to the session. It was meant to be a launch of a dossier on scholasticide. What has happened is that the surviving presidents of the three public universities in Gaza, as well as a number of administrators and senior academics, were obviously attempting to do something in order to continue the education. I will run through the slides because it shows the horror. I've tried my best to exclude certain slides, which are very gory. It's difficult to watch. But to give you an idea of what has happened there, every university has been bombed, close to 400 schools, and I could go on. The number of writers, journalists, medical people, academics, students that have been killed is unprecedented. It is the crime of crimes. but it also speaks to our value, the mission of education. It speaks to international law, the failure of the United Nations. It speaks to colonialism. As that poster says, there are many sides to this genocide. It's a scholasticide, but it's also ecocide. It's also reproductive genocide. It's also domicide. It's, about 90% of all the buildings have been destroyed. And I can go on. I can't speak to all of those issues, and I think many people in the room here know these issues, but it's important to remind people of the extent of the genocide. But more importantly, these scholars and academics and students were very concerned by attempts by the very people who have supplied the armaments and the bombs to take over education, which they believe is another aspect to the scholasticide. Now, education in Palestine, occupied Palestine, despite the occupation of over 7 decades, or maybe because of the occupation, has been incredible. It has the highest literacy rate in the world. It has the highest number of postgraduates, the highest number of PhDs per capita. And this is despite Israel putting every possible obstacle in the way. Sorry, I am walking, right? I'll shackle myself. Despite all of that. And so they can't abide by it. And what they've done is just physically killed some of the key scientists and intellectuals besides students, women and children. And of course, women and children make up the vast majority of those people who are killed. They're not resistance fighters. But these slides will speak to these issues. They're self-explanatory, and I'm not going to go through every issue. So what this emergency committee is doing in this 100-page document, which the people in Gaza are just looking at the moment for final changes, and then we're going to launch it. It has a lot of recommendations, and they believe that they can't do it on their own, that they need solidarity from people around the world. But they also raise the dangers of what Tony Blair as the viceroy and Trump, they want to take over education. They call it de-radicalization. They want to make education not speak to social issues and colonialism, etc. So it's disconnected from what the society wants. But the Palestinian struggle, with all the grim horror, has also taught us many lessons. We had alternative education at one point. We're talking about SACED. We're talking about how literacy was seen, adult education, even how sciences, natural sciences, was seen. Speaking to the needs of the people instead the profiteering multinational corporations. And this is what they can't stand. The Palestinians, by and large, have tried to stick close to the vision of the liberation struggle, despite, I have to say, and more Palestinians are saying this openly, despite the Palestinian Authority, which hasn't been elected for I don't know how many years, accepting the neoliberal project. And it's in their interest to want this aspect of scholasticide. So maybe we can start from the beginning, Oz, and I'll just run through the slides very quickly. So, you know, it's the equivalent of 6 million South Africans. That 10% of Palestinians have been killed or injured, and 10% of the South African population is over 6 million. So that's the extent of this genocide. Many of these injuries are not flesh wounds. They are injuries that require amputation. They are people who have been blinded, etc., etc. I mean, it has the highest number of children whose limbs have been amputated. A lot of these amputations, the majority actually took place in the past 2 years without anesthesia. And sometimes the parent, who was a medical doctor, had to do the amputation without anesthesia. That is the extent of this. Please go on. And of course, 20,000 kids killed, 21,000 orphans where they've lost both their parents. It's about double the amount of orphans who've lost one parent. There's just some of the stats. Maybe you can't see that at his back. At least one child has been killed every hour. Over 1,000 kids killed under the age of 1, and half of that 1,000 were babies. I mean, there's some aspects of this genocide, it's just too difficult to accept. For example, how they destroyed hundreds of embryos and bombed hospitals with babies in incubators. And of course, the 20,000 figure doesn't take into account those kids under the rubble, which they don't count. Now, this number is not a thumb suck. And despite the Israelis saying that it's an exaggeration, these are all Hamas terrorists, you know, etc., the point about Palestinians in Gaza are the most surveilled and documented people. Every person has an ID number, etc., and this is kept by Israel. So the health ministry in Gaza does not release the numbers unless there is a confirmation. So there are apparently tens of thousands of people under the rubble. There's no heavy machinery, despite the so-called ceasefire, which you'll see is not, to get the people out. I mean, they're having difficulty getting those Israeli soldiers who were killed from the rubble. This is a picture of Hind Rajab. There's a movie made out of her last words. There's also a famous singer, Macklemore, Hind's Hold, and students in London took over and occupied and got expelled, and the police came in Columbia University and they renamed it Hind's Hall. Hind received 355 bullets. This kid. Her entire family was killed in the car. Her family was killed by the soldiers. She was still alive, and she managed to phone the civil defense, Palestinians. And they have a recording. And this famous movie with famous actors now plays her recording. And she speaks to the woman in the civil defense who says, please, we are coming, the ambulance is coming for you. And she says, please come quickly because the tank is moving closer. And then for a while she stopped speaking. I'm not supposed to take so long, sorry, because there's 20 other slides. She stopped speaking, and the woman in the control room says, why have you stopped speaking? She says, every time I speak, the blood comes out of my mouth. Anyway, the ambulance people then rush to her, and as they come close, these Israeli occupation forces then kills the ambulance people. They abduct them and their bodies are found. And she's still alive in the car, and then they continue shooting the car. So this is just one example, one. There are 20,000 precious lives. And it's a joy, and it's probably because of the struggle and what the Palestinians have been through, to be in the company of Palestinian children. It's just incredible human beings with a rich history, an incredible culture of literature, of food, of every kind of art form, of music. So I'm going to give you statistics, but it does not capture the lives of people, the grief of those who have survived, the precious lives. And, you know, there are so many things people don't know about. At the moment, Gaza has run out of gauze. Any medical person will tell you that gauze is needed to cover the wound, and it's a particular kind of cloth. And the word gauze comes from the word Gaza. That's how it originated, because it was this finely woven cloth which the people of Gaza were able to weave. And yet, that same cloth today, it's run out. Gauze. So that's just one example. There are many other examples. Please go on. Of course, there is this famine. You can imagine just 1 kilometer away, there are hundreds of trucks filled with food, but they can't come in because the Israelis are not allowing them to come in. Later on, and you know, it was declared famine, according to the World Health Organization. There's lots of technical aspects to the classification of food security or insecurity, when it's extreme hunger, when it's famine. I'm not going to go through those days. But the most cynical thing is then the Israelis, with the fascist Trump, then got a group of American mercenaries, and they named this the Gaza Humanitarian Fund to replace UNRWA, who for decades have been dealing with supporting Palestinian refugees, their health care, their food, their schooling, etc. They banned UNRWA, the Knesset, and they got this outfit, GHF, to basically distribute food. that became the killing fields. Because whenever Palestinians who are by now starving, people are dying, most excruciating death to die of starvation, and parents seeing their children like this. So they're forced to go, and many of the people killed were young people who lost their parents, and there's no way they can get food. When they get there, then the Israelis shoot them. Hundreds and hundreds, I mean, I think over 2,000. Please go on. There's 19,000 people who were injured. It becomes death traps. These are the number of hospitals. I mean, it's particularly, you think it's random, it's not. They targeted particular medical people who were key to their fields. Whatever the field was, pediatrics, surgery, senior, deliberately. And they used AI. That's why when people say, like my university's AI is going to solve the problems of the world, it's going to make it worse in most cases. In the hands of these fascists and genocidaires, they had a software program called Where's Your Daddy? They developed it with these billionaires, with Microsoft and all of that. And they are able to identify the father, but the point is the father is not killed when he comes home. The entire family is killed. So in most cases, the entire family is killed, quite often extended families who live together. And what they call the register, when they say they are taken out of the register, think of your family, your cousins, your aunties, your uncles, your second cousins, your grandparents, the grandchildren, all of them wiped out in one bombing. That's what happened. Please go on. I mean, there's a lot to say about this. Doctors have been raped in prison. There's videos of this, by the way. There was a key doctor. If you just go back, I forget his name, but whenever I forget something, the person with all the facts is the coordinator of the South African BDS Coalition. But he was arrested. I think the superintendent of the university, Sophie might know as well. And he was kept, and they killed him in prison through torture, through rape, perforated his colon, etc. It's the most horrible way. He's not the only one. The point is those individuals become celebrities in Israeli societies. There are people who identify what they've done in prison, and then they are paraded on television as the people who did this. I mean, you have to be mentally disturbed to do that. That is why there's a lot of suicides of soldiers, very significant number of Israeli soldiers. There are there's a doctor who was in the last hospital standing. They threatened to bomb the hospital. He negotiated with them. Hossam Abu Safia, and he's there. You see him talking to them. They killed his son earlier on. They shot him. He continued working. There's pictures of him. There's videos of him doing this work. Then the Israelis come and they tell him to surrender and get all the patients out. He tries to win time, appeals to people. Then the last picture of him is walking to the Israeli tank. And he's now been kept for so many months. This is not a fighter. You know, this is a senior doctor. And then you've seen some pictures of him, and he's treated very badly. He's been tortured in prison as we speak. And that's the number of health workers that have been killed. If you go on, there have been more journalists killed in Gaza, more than World War I, World War II, the American Civil War, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, the Yugoslav conflict, the Afghanistan war, combined, more, it's in the history of, in modern history, more journalists killed and media workers. Please go on. Of course, there are so many other things. They deliberately target water, sanitation, pollute the water supply, and there's the figures of what is needed for short-term survival, and Palestinians have a fraction of that amount. Go on. 92%, that's why they call it domicide, I think, or herbicide. 92% of residential buildings destroyed, factories, workshops, etc., 88%. And a lot of people have lost the documentation, their title deeds or whatever. So you can see, this is what happened in the first Nakba. Nakba in Arabic means catastrophe, when the state of Israel was established at the same time as apartheid, South Africa, 1948, and they expelled 85% of the indigenous people, of Palestinians, from their land, the first Nakba. And since then, they've had other expulsions. Scholasticide, I mean, this is just incredible. You know, 18,651 students have been killed. This is, the figures are about a month ago. And of course, remember, these figures are not the people buried under the rubble, right? And they're not people who have died of illness or heart attacks or strokes or unsanitary conditions, or these are the people who've been bombed. So the figures are much higher. And in fact, Lancet, this medical journal, a group of medical people claim that the figure is closer to 200,000 deaths. So deaths, indirect causes, disease, etc. And please go on. These are the three main public universities where 85 or 82% of the students go. They've all been bombed. I had lots of slides to show you the extent of the bombing, but I don't have enough time and too many slides. This is an they deliberately target libraries. You know, the first thing they targeted in Gaza City is the documentation center, where everything from car licenses, marriage registrations, academic certificates, that's the first thing they bomb. So it's very systematic. It's not just random, you know. Please go back. Back. Yeah, so that the library picture. Yeah, so this is Al-Aqsa Library. This is not AI. This is real. This is what happened. And they've been, all the repositories of knowledge, you know, the first Nakba, Robin D.J. Kelly gave the academic freedom lecture at our university, and he was talking about this in 1947, 1948. They stole 70,000 books from Palestinians' homes, and they put it, either they destroyed it or put it in the Israeli university where the Palestinians don't have access to it. There's a movie being made about this, and there's a book which was first printed in Hebrew. It's just now been published in English, called Loot, and how the Israelis looted the Palestinian knowledge, the books, all of that. Please go on. Memory, you know. So the word scholasticide comes from this Oxford Palestinian comrade of ours, Kama Nabulsi, but she was talking about a slow scholasticide. And she wrote that during the Operation Cast Lead. You know, every 5 years or so, Israel bombs Gaza. Remember, Gaza is a very small area. I think Johannesburg is bigger than Gaza as well. 300 and something square meters. I read somewhere that Heathrow Airport in London was the same size as Gaza. I mean, it's an incredibly small place. Half of the people who live there are below the age of 18. All of the people, 90% of the people, were refugees before from other parts of Israel during the Nakba I talked about. In 1947, they went to Gaza, not from there. And so this is what happens to them. So this is what she said about scholasticism: slow, sadistic, crushing of learning, a stifling of life opportunities it provides, etc. Okay, go on. Thanks, Oz. Now, I was talking about education and the role it plays, and education is intertwined with resistance in Gaza. And it's through education that they prevent colonial erasure of their history, of their memory, and the colonial narratives. And they feel very strongly about education. You can take our land, etc., but we will continue learning whatever you do. Those are the things I already talked about. I think what Nabulsi says is important. So scholasticide aims to stop that. And because the Zionists understood. When I say Zionists, I don't mean the Zionists here. Please remember, Zionism in Israel is a political ideology, but Zionism is also not Judaism. The state of Israel tries to confuse the two. Judaism is a religion like Christianity or Islam. Zionism is a political ideology. It's racist, it's expansionist, it's colonial, and it was put there supported by British colonialism. And they use the Bible like the people use the Bible here to justify taking over the land. But I think that's very important to mention. Okay. We talked about this. I mean, you know, each one of that, you can talk for hours on that. Ecocide is very, very important. And most of the arable land, the olive trees, lots of that was destroyed. Just the number of explosives, I don't think that came up in the slide, but the number of explosives on Gaza, this 360 square kilometers, small strip of land, today is 5 times the number of TNT explosive tonnage that Hiroshima, 5 times the Hiroshima bomb in Japan. And Japan is about 9 times, Hiroshima is about 9 times the size of Gaza. So the ecocide, there are many other aspects of ecocide. It doesn't just affect the Gaza, but the entire region. Please go on. So I wanted to come back to what is to be done. How much time do I have? No more time. Okay. Well, nothing. 5 hours. 50 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. So, how do we respond? In the dossier, we try and document academic associations around the world, universities, that have taken a stand on BDS, boycott, divestment, sanctions. In South Africa, there's about 6 universities. There are many people here who are trying to get their universities to adopt the BDS, boycotting in the same way we were boycotted by the world because apartheid was a crime against humanity. That's what we're trying to do. Unfortunately, only 6 universities. I mean, what Andre was saying about the University South Africa, which brings together all the VCs. These are people who earn, like my VC earns 7.7 million rand a year without bonuses. But they prevent us from taking solidarity measures. They don't allow us to vote. So I'm just saying they are complicit according to international law. There's a lot I can say, but NMU at least has passed the resolution, which is very, very important, and about 5 other universities. But it also says we need to support Palestinians and Palestinian universities, which is important. Next slide. So there is no ceasefire. Don't listen to BBC and CNN and all that, and even SABC, unfortunately. Since the so-called ceasefire in the beginning of October, hundreds of people have been killed and injured, and Israel, the IOF, Israeli occupation forces, still control 58% of Israel, of Gaza. Next slide. So this is a before and after the universities, incredible, beautiful universities. This is after. There's many more pictures. Please go on. The emergency committee I talked about, this line from their statement is very important. We call upon our colleagues in the homeland and to support our steadfast attempts to defend and preserve our universities for the sake of the future of our people, blah, blah, blah. We built these universities from tents, and from tents, with the support of our friends, we will rebuild them again. Please go on. They have a whole lot of points about the universities and its importance. Go on, next slide. Don't have the time. Oh, just the previous slide. So what I was talking to you about, this is the case. So there is an attempt to bypass the Palestinians themselves. I mean, this whole peace plan of Trump, Palestinians were not consulted. It's like the original 1947 petition. It's colonialism. And they put in place Trump to be the head of Gaza. I mean, it just boggles the mind that they can get away with it today at the UN Security Council. So these are examples of one. So there's an attempt to have a technical university of reconstruction in northern Gaza, using post-war Gaza as a living laboratory. And this is in line with making education a technical thing. It's neutral. Don't bring in politics, etc. It's the same logic of neoliberalism. So I think that is important. A lot of these points. The next slide, quickly. This is one example which the Emergency Committee of Universities supported. And these students, final year Gaza medical students, 27 of them went to UCT, I think 27, 21 Wits University, and about 9 or 10 University of Pretoria, final year Gaza students, and also in Norway. And the Gift of the Givers supported this initiative together. So it's run by Palestinians. So this is the kind of partnership they want. There's also in the dossier, which I will distribute once it's finalized, but there's also a problem with scholarships because of the brain drain, etc. There's a question of international aid. 70% of the international aid from the West stays in the West. But also it's very problematic for many reasons I don't have the time to go through. But what we are saying and what the Palestinians want us to abide by the boycott, divestment, sanctions campaign, boycott products, etc., but also trade. And we are supporting, we're complicit. I know we've taken Israel to the ICJ, which is very important, and the whole world and Palestinians particularly are very happy we did that, and we're getting bashed because of that. And it's deliberate that Trump talks about this nonsense of a white genocide. Be careful, Louise, are you safe? Peter, a Brit. So, you know, this nonsense about a white genocide is basically to flip the narrative. So people are sharing photos of our compatriots who happen to be classified white, who are enjoying themselves, and everybody's looking for the white genocide. But it's a way of changing the narrative, getting people not to think about the actual genocide. So we are supporting the Israeli power grid energy because we're supplying them with what percentage of their power needs? By South African coal. And South Africa is now the largest supplier through Richards Bay Terminal, Glencore, and African Rainbow Minerals, which is Patrice Motsepe, the brother-in-law of Cupcake. He also supplies a good number. So we have a big campaign on that. Next slide. So this is one of the marches we had. Next slide. These are some of the boycott targets. And I hear that HP Nicole is no longer here in NMU. Am I right? Okay, we'll talk about it in the discussion. There's many other things. Okay, please go on. The things we are boycotting. The thing about boycott is that it must be targeted so it's effective. You can't boycott everything. Okay, please go on. The final slide. It's just, I really love this because it talks about all of these things. It's by this wonderful artist. The comrade talked about the role of the artist, and with his genocide art and poetry and drawings has been so essential. It's a wonderful thing. It talks about ecocide. I haven't even talked about psychological trauma. You can imagine, and the effect of that, but a lot of other things. I'm going to have to stop here. Maybe during discussion there's about 5 points, key points that the Gaza Emergency Committee is suggesting for people around the world to do. But that dossier also has testimonies of, and some of these researchers, Palestinian researchers, sometimes we lost contact with them for months on end. Some of them, you see them physically getting thinner and thinner as the months go. And there's a lot of stories to say about the dossier, but thank you. Sorry, Erna. Thanks.
This is not where you turn the lights down. This is where you turn them on so that we can have discussion. Okay. I think there's 2 minutes of this session left, which is impossible. And so I need to ask you, are you comfortable to let go of 30 minutes at most of your lunch break? And so that we can have a fairly decent discussion, but also that we not extending the time so much today that people who are workers here are also going home late. Is that okay? Shall we do that? All right. And so I wondered, Salim, whether you could just say what those 5 points are, because it will help us to focus the discussion now. So can we give you is it on a slide? Okay, and then can I also say that we will make the dossier, once it's available, available to everyone for whom we have an email. We'll send it to you.
Yes, and we can pass on the slides if anybody
Yeah.
wants to use them. So do you want me to just... So it says priorities and strategies for action in the International Academy. First, Palestinian universities consistently emphasize that symbolic measures or gestures are insufficient without forms of engagement that reinforce institutional resilience and enable the continuation of teaching, research, and professional training under conditions of extreme precarity. For each of these points, they talk about what resilience means and what role we can play to support that resilience, or the word Palestinians use is called sumud, which is steadfastness and resilience.
So
Second,
can I stop
Yeah.
there and try to kind of do it in a short way? So
Sure.
I think this point is one where what is it that we can practically do to support the Palestinian struggle, and that we can do with comrades in Palestine, not deciding for them that this is what will be important to them, and how can we coordinate better at a national level? So there's the BDS campaign. Some of the university Palestine support organizations are affiliated to BDS, but there's a lot more that can be done there. So, next
yeah, that's the second point. The third is the expansion of Gaza-based scholarships, virtual fellowships, remote teaching models, and the need to support students and academics who face very severe barriers to mobility. I mean, one of the problems is that we have spaces in South African universities, but the students in Gaza can't get out unless they come like that plane load that came, which is part of ethnic cleansing. You know, that's what the Israelis want. So we need to talk about what does international partnerships mean. So the fact that they can't leave physically doesn't mean we can't do anything. We could use online training. We could lend our support if we are involved in art or whatever discipline in the sciences, human or natural sciences, etc. You want me to stop there or go on?
Just the last one. And so, do you want to go for it?
Okay, we need to continue our work on academic complicity. And I mean, the NMU resolution has got a number of points. We shouldn't examine Israeli students. We shouldn't be part of the academic journals that are involved in. There's a whole lot of practical things. Because we need to make them a pariah state like apartheid South Africa was. That's the only way we can put pressure on that. So institutional ties, and also the recognition that higher education institutions are not neutral actors in the context of war, mass atrocity, genocide, and colonialism. The last point is the repression of student protests, academics who have taken a stand, they don't get promotion, sometimes worse, etc. And the fragile state of academic freedom and university autonomy globally, and for universities to come together to support each other. It's not as bad in this country as it is in Europe and the US, but it doesn't mean this won't change. Once the likes of those who say that genocide is a big word, and we can't use the word, might come into power, or gangsters, mafia, we know they're around. We can listen to the Matlanga Commission. So it might change. We might face repression. So we need to be wary of that and have solidarity for those people who are courageous enough to take a stand. It's not a lot of courage because this is the vocation of higher education. This is what we have to do. Anyway, I'll stop there.
Right. So can we please have hands? I'll take a first round and a second round. And so try to be precise and focused in your comments. I know there are a number of comrades here who have been part of the Gaza flotillas. There are people who are active in the BDS movement. There are people from university Palestine support organizations, but there are also workers here. And so can we hear from anyone? Hands, please. What is it that you think can be done to build a much stronger, united movement in support of Palestine? Put me your hands up. Okay, Mazibuko.
Uqala explain ekutheni ungakami. Qale wena. Thanks, Chair. My name is Mazibuko Jaha from the Zabalaza Pathways Institute. So what you've just presented, Salim, is quite overwhelming, but that's just the nature of the beast. My fear is how organized the Zionist lobby is in South Africa. If you see what they do with the Zionist Christian Church, with the Shembe Church, but also this happens at a time when the formerly progressive popular forces, workers, youth, women, rural people, and so on, have actually taken a conservative turn in their politics, in how they explain the world. So for me, this basically suggests that actually, as the solidarity movement, we're going to be pushed back as part of a broader rise of liberals and conservative forces in society. So I think we do need quite an effective strategy on rebuilding the solidarity movement as part of rebuilding progressive political movements. And I think also in a way that can bring a big layer of new young people into politics through solidarity work. I don't have time to put forward some of the ideas I have, but key in that is going to be political and public education, but also one of the things that ring in my mind is the idea of pencils for Palestine. Because if we go to a primary school kid and explain how a kid of her age in Gaza actually doesn't have basic stationery, I think that's the kind of concrete thing that can begin to turn the tide. But of course, we also have to be conscious of the typical reactionary Africanist attack that would point to the Congo, to the Sudan, as if solidarity work is not integrated. But I think we need to spend some time to really build a long-term strategy. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hands? Comrades? Do you want to put your hand up, Louise? No. So here's my comment to all of us, and I include myself in this. I think that when we really try to understand what those numbers mean, and we really look behind it and we see the people behind the numbers, it can be overwhelming. But if you live in Palestine, you do not have a choice to be overwhelmed. Because I also think that sometimes we let the numbers overwhelm us and we say, this is too big to do anything about. I don't know how to contribute. And comrades, that's not good enough. That really is not good enough. So here's an example. Our university, both the Senate and Council made some fairly progressive resolutions. It's words on a piece of paper. The question is, how do we hold our university to account so that in practice they begin to stop buying HP, that they change their supply chain management, that they look at where their investments are, that they make that public so that we know. Those are practical things that can be done. Comrades here who are part of the labor movement, I know some of you talk about Palestine, and Mayenzeka, look at you, because I know that you do that, and Comrade Mzi, I'm sure you also do. But what else could workers do beyond making statements? Community members, how do we educate one another so that our religious beliefs do not hold us back from seeing what is happening in Palestine? And also, we put up that poster there because there's a genocide in Sudan. So much to think about. Thank you. Let's hear some comments. I'm going to give a very short, can I ask you to use the mic, because otherwise we can't record well. And then it's Roshan and Rasigan and
thank you.
Ivan.
Thank you. The genocide started in 1948, right? October 7, 2023 was just simply a reason for the Israelis to start bombing and destroying Gaza. However, if one looks at South Africa, in the history syllabus for the schools, nothing is basically referred, it's not even referred to as a Nakba. Now with the October 11, 23 attacks and the resultant effect, you would have thought that the schools, we have schools for another most actually in South Africa, they would have conveyed this message. It's only in the Western Cape, a few schools, where this genocide is being discussed and actually is basically being deliberated and even protested on. Nowhere else, no other place in Africa. So the education system, the education ministers are complacent in this continuing genocide, making the children not aware of this. And that is one of the biggest problems. You had this Black Fridays the last maybe 2 weeks or whatever. You could personally see people supporting those firms which the BDS says boycott. So that's our problem.
So I'm going to ask you if you can cut it short a little bit.
I'm finished
the
now.
key
I'm finished.
point.
The key point, of course, is that nothing is being done in this country. Not by the education department, neither by our government. That case taken to the ICC actually now, they're still selling coal to Israel to generate power to kill the Gazans.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think that it is possible that not enough is done, but a very good point for us to consider is, as people who are in education or who are activists here, how do we challenge teachers to put Palestine on the agenda in schools? And what is it that we can practically do? We do not have to wait for ministers. We do not have to wait for a syllabus to change. Teachers have power and students have power. And as parents, how do we demand that the syllabus be changed? Okay, so Rasigan, I think you were next, and then Roshan, and then there's now a whole wave of new hands, which I'm going to ask comrades to just hold their hand down until everyone has had a chance. And then I'm going to also ask Lawrence to please give me the time. So, 5 minutes and 2 minutes of what is left. Where's Lawrence? Oh. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. My name's Rasigan Miraj. I work at Tshwane University of Technology. So speaking as someone that works inside an institution, the one that we're calling to act as well, I think there's something we may have forgotten as we're speaking about things. We were all overwhelmed by the amount of information presented. Yeah? But this is also about a narrative, and that's what we heard in the earlier sessions as well. And I really think it's important and incumbent upon all of us, also individually, within, if you're in departments or units or faculties, to also be raising these issues in the context within which you are operating. So in other words, the political economy, people spoke about us boycotting these firms and what they are particularly doing. But what's behind it? How is that ownership structure linked between Sudan, between what's happening in the DRC, what's happening in West Asia as a whole, including Palestine? And this is how we unfurl this real internationalism that's called from us. I hope this is making sense, comrades. Yeah? We need to have things written in a form that we can understand and that's popular. Isn't that what popular education is about? We are all inside highly specialized fields, as some point out. Can we apply those so-called highly specialized fields to unlocking the real narrative taking place? Because I think all of us, as human beings, as socialized human beings, yeah, cannot stand for what's taking place. But maybe we haven't found the hook that locks us in, because we're reading things that are not connected to our daily experiences. And that's what we got to bring forth. The magazines, the things that were mentioned earlier, were highly influential in people like myself in the 80s in terms of learning about what's taking place outside, that we brought back into our protests in the school classrooms and then into the universities as well. But it came from material from courageous people like Neville and others that actually wrote it and made it available to us. I think that's a call upon all of us as well. Thank you very much.
Roshan.
Thanks. I'm Roshan Dadu, the coordinator of the South Africa BDS Coalition. And I want to start off agreeing and following on from what Comrade Rasigan said. Because I think if we remember our struggle, and if we're talking about Neville, if we're talking about Saked, if we're talking about the ways in which we refuse to let people say, oh, there's nothing we can do. Neville also, when he was outside of the country, was part of what was in effect our BDS movement, and the Palestinian BDS call for boycotts, divestments and sanctions was directly modelled on the call we made in our struggle. We went out in the world and we said to people, this is what's happening in South Africa. People didn't know because the same, I mean, it was slightly different, but the same forces of imperialism, colonialism and capitalism that controlled the media, for instance, in Britain, where I grew up in exile, was spinning the whole story otherwise there. We fought over decades to get people in Britain to understand the importance of not buying an outspan orange when they went to a supermarket. It took decades, and it took all that kind of education, leaflets, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back in terms of political organization. When there was an upturn in the struggle here, like 76 or in the 80s with the trade unions, there'd be an upturn in solidarity in Britain. People would suddenly see what was happening a little more, be a little more interested, and it would be an opportunity to educate people further. We didn't learn about what was going on in South Africa in our schools then, in England. People had no idea. It was a racist country. It was a racist education system. It wasn't entrenched in the same way as racism was under apartheid here. But nevertheless, we had the same battles. And so I think it's incumbent on us to hold our government accountable. Yes, we took the case at the ICJ, which is brilliant. That was like 3 steps forward. No, we have not implemented a single legal obligation that we as South Africa have brought about on the international community to stop being complicit, which we now are. We are selling coal. We're now become, because Colombia, under Gustavo Petro, did declare a coal embargo. And so Colombia has now, when he found that companies were breaking that boycott, he went ballistic and he called on the Navy to stop every ship that was going to Israel. And that was through ship tracking by comrades here, Comrade Marco actually in Cape Town, who's tracking ships. We're tracking ships also and telling the Colombian comrades, you know, we're still seeing coal ships coming from Colombia. But there's, you know, you've declared a coal embargo. And so they told the trade unions, the big trade union, Sintracabo, who then told the government, Petro, and he met with them and the trade unions and the indigenous peoples and said, this has got to stop. We cannot allow this. We've got to sort out the loophole that there was in the declaration, the way it was decreed in the first place. So it's possible, if it's possible in Colombia. Working with the trade unions, we went to do, I agree, you know, the trade union education is really a problem. So it's very hard also to reach. We want to be talking to the trade unions. We want to be talking to the shop stewards. We managed to speak occasionally to the, you know, it's very complicated, but we did do a workshop in Richards Bay with Setawu shop stewards. Setawu now is no longer, of course, the largest union in the ports, and that's one of the problems. But, you know, saying, look, this coal embargo, it's not going to mean job losses here. It's not going to mean mine closures even. It's not going to mean any negative impact because it's a very small amount of our exports. But it will have an enormous impact on Israel and the power generation there. And of course, it goes straight into the Israeli power electricity grid, which fuels the illegal occupation, fuels the military, it fuels these AI systems that Comrade Salim was talking about. So it will have a huge impact because they still at the moment depend for about 17% of their energy on coal. And they've stopped all electricity to Gaza since March, remember. They cut off the electricity. They control everything. But I also think we have to keep the pressure up now in particular, because now the Security Council has sold the world out. And if they can do it on this issue, if you looked at that vote, countries like Algeria voting for a resolution that gives Trump the control of Gaza, as was said, another colonial, like an old school colonial story. If we allow that, then think what they're going to do here in our continent. The same Israel is implicated in what's going on in the Sudan, particularly through the UAE. In fact, the general, recently, there was an article, did you read it, in the Washington Post, where he again reiterated about normalizing relations with Israel, and that was done in Sudan via the UAE, because they're all in cahoots, and it's all extractivism from our continent. In the DRC also, Glencore, same company that's selling coal from here to Israel, is one of the biggest exploitative companies in the cobalt and, what's the other thing? Coltrane, John Coltrane. What is it? I'm not a scientist. Anyway, that thing that they're desperate for in the DRC that's causing the ongoing conflicts there. The same Israeli Elbit weapons were being used by Rwanda, the M23 rebels, and Tshisekedi's government. Tshisekedi, who had enabled Israel to almost get into the African Union, had it not been, in fact, for South Africa and Algeria and a few other countries that challenged it. So it's the same struggle. And if we remember the words of Samora Machel, solidarity is not charity. It's people fighting for the same cause on different terrain. And I think that is something which I personally find very inspiring, because wherever we are, as Raskin was saying, if you're in a university, fight in that university, and it is a fight. You have to be prepared because that narrative, the colonial Zionist narrative, is deep in this country because it was the same narrative that was formed with the apartheid narrative in 1948, and even before that with Jan Smuts, and even before that with Cecil John Rhodes. So I think we have to be prepared for a fight, comrades, because we're fighting the same struggle in different areas of terrain. The Palestinian struggle is literally our struggle, and they see it like that too. So I think when they call on us to say, for instance, boycott, divest, impose sanctions, punishing Israel, preventing and punishing genocide, which is what was brought about in the ICJ case, also just to be able to hold Israel accountable is more important in a sense and less easy because it's a fight than being charitable towards Palestinians. And that's what Palestinians will tell us. That's their call on us to take up the fight, because it is literally our fight. Oh, and there was something else just on the universities. We were thinking to try to have a meeting early in the new year to bring the different universities together and just share experiences and see from that what capacity people have to try to do something more collective across the campuses with the academics and the students.
Thank you. So I've had these green signs flashed by Lawrence over there that said no minutes. I couldn't actually read it, so I just ignored it. 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And I allowed it because I think Roshan's message to us is really important. So I want to ask other colleagues and comrades, not to undermine what you want to say, but to say, please, can you make it really short? If your point has already been covered, let go of the space, please. We are now at 4 minutes to 2. This was the time that we're supposed to come back for the next session. So I'm going to just ask, I've also forgotten whose hands were up. I know, Ivor, your hand was up, and then, okay, comrade from Chisimani, right? Okay.
Thanks. My name is Ivor. I run an organization that support postgraduate students in social justice. Collectively, we were also called Hamas because the students were in support of the South Africa taking Israel to the ICJ. But I just want to make 2 points. Coming from there, I think the one is that I think, Erna, it's going to be important for us to get our universities who have stood up in support of the Palestinians to build that alliance, because I think those universities are probably the universities that need to play a leading role within higher education to help us put ideas and things together. And I think that alliance is going to be important. But there's a second reason why I think it's important. It is the threat to, especially if I talk about social justice, I'm thinking about the strand in education, the threat to critical pedagogy in South African society. Just imagine in 5 years' time, we are not allowed to gather like this because we are talking about race, gender, violence, and so on, which under neoliberalism and under this particular threat is regarded as ornamental. It's not of any economic value, and there's no need for it to take place. So I think those are 2 points that I think I just wanted to highlight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the first point I would like to make is that because you are asking the room and people who are here, and we began this morning by sharing the work that we do in different provinces and in different focus groups, I would like to propose one, that we have a core curriculum, because I'm adding to what Mazibuko was saying, that political education is going to be important, so that people can know what are we talking about. And that is going to depend if we have a co-curriculum. And I'm looking at the strength that we have in the room through different projects that are run within SECET. If comrades can translate a messaging from English to Xhosa to a grade 5 learner, that is what we have right now. I'm thinking of those projects like Utaka and other projects that we have here in the room. And the reason why I'm sharing that is that I'm the former chairperson of Equal Education, right? So in Equal Education, we have what we call a core curriculum. It is outside of the campaigning about the minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure or school safety. But we made sure each and every 2 weeks that while we are campaigning for infrastructure, these 7-year-old and 13-year-old that we work with must know that children in Palestine, their schools have been bombed, right? So the struggle that is here, we're fighting for infrastructure in schools, in Khayelitsha, in Miningburg, in Athlone. They must know that there are children outside of this country, in Palestine, that don't even have school. They are school. So you show that through this curriculum. So each and every organization that is here, through their programs and the work that they do, even it's art, even if it's working in 7 days, just one program or 2 programs a month to talk about the work that we are currently doing here. Those tests that Comrade Salim was sharing to us. One last point. Yes, and also we should counter the narrative and this rhetoric that going around the country, because we've seen it with Patriotic Alliance, Mabahambe. When last did you hear Gaten Mackenzie saying Mabahambe? Because that was a political tool that he used to get into power. Now he's the minister. There is no rhetoric like that. So we should counter that message. When people are saying that, what about Sudan? We should be able to say that this is important too, right? So there is no singular solidarity, and all of these struggles are all connected. So in our messaging, in the work that we do, those pencils, Mazibuko was talking about, everything, as combined in this room, that is going to be important in doing this kind of work. And goes.
Thank you. It's really good practical suggestions and things that are doable. I'm a bit stuck in terms of what to do with time. So can I give 2 more hands? And I want to give Sophie a speaking turn at the back there. And then I know that Vuvu had a hand up for a while, and because I'm looking this way, I've not seen a hand.
I know you throw my
and then finally, Salim, likes the last word. So Salim would like the last word. So we'll have 3 more people, and then we are moving to lunch. Okay.
Thank you very much. The young comrade says that he's covered, so he let the Makulu speak. So comrades, I want BDS to make the list of boycott very practical. Very practical. It can't be just the names of the companies and so on, because much of it we can impact. Each one of us can say, why is everyone not boycotting Coke? Isn't it? Each one of us can boycott Coke, isn't it? Yeah. But you see, it's things like that. What is practical? What is doable? What can the women's groups do? What can the students do? Because each one can do something. What to boycott? I think that's bring the mic? I think that's critically important, because the boycott is important, but it's distant. Accountability of our government. Let us have an outcry about the export of coal. This struggle of the Palestinian people, as you so beautifully said, it's our struggle. It's the acid test of our common humanity. If we are silent to the children who are dying in that manner, in the same way that we must not be silent about what's happening in Sudan, in the DRC, wherever there's war, we should fight against it. But it's important for us not to see the Palestinian struggle as a struggle that is of a religious nature. It's a common humanity struggle. We absolutely have to popularize it amongst the rank and file in our country so that we can all feel, why is it important when we make that little shopping list for that budget that we boycott? Why must students do their very, very best to say absolutely no association with research that's anything to do with Israel? So I just wanted to ask for the practical things that you've spoken about that I support 100%, but also this little thing that each one can do. And for me, Coke is a good example.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, comrades. I think for me, comrades cover me, but I wanted to say as a community member, and when Irna was asking what organizing strategies we can use to organize the Palestinian solidarity, and then for me, it was like national, local. Then, and I was thinking about most program is bakhona for this project is Zibase Marine Drive, Summer Strand, and University. What about a person that is staying in KwaZakhele, Njoli, New Brighton? Then I was like, also my comrade said about political education, and political education is very important and started at the early age. But for us, when we are going to the communities and having a political education about this Palestinian solidarity, explaining to us, what is this? Because I was sitting next to Umam, I said, I don't know about this, Kevuv. I hear when you are talking about it, but in a broader session, but we need to have workshop, awareness in the locations. Awareness, zingabi cause Summer Strand. And I think Amanda also mentioned this with strategic plan, said that we need to have a political workshop about Palestinian solidarity. But it's not easy. When I'm thinking about the local structure that is organizing here, where maybe we'll have a workshop of comrades that having interest. I think we are used to have that platform when we gather together and have meetings and strategize about program of this nature. Thanks.
Okay, so an absolutely critical point that some of the discussion about Palestine and support and solidarity for Palestine has happened in spaces that exclude the majority of South Africans and in language that exclude the majority of South Africans. And so, Vuvu, thank you. That's an absolutely critical point. Salim, this is your last 5 words, né? Like 5 words. Louise, I'm sorry, I can't now. We said 3 people and Salim.
You know, the thing is that there are so many people here doing very important work on the solidarity with Palestine. Many people here, lots of people, and I think we need to tap into their expertise, whether it's Buffalo or Leanne or Nicole. Can I say that there is a lot of work over the past 2 years. I mean, Palestinians have paid a grim price, but in terms of people's consciousness, there are things like Nati Ngubane, who's written a children's coloring book. They tried to censor the book, but it's become a bestseller. Every little kid needs to have it. It's called From the River to the Sea, Palestine Will Be Free. Brilliant. There are things like that. There are poets, Buffalo's poetry, musicians. We're looking at artists. So there are many creative things. I think the important thing is that there are groups in informal settlements, in townships, in unions, who are trying their best, but we're not doing enough. We must beef that up. We must support and strengthen it. And I think the point you make is absolutely critical. But the one thing we haven't addressed, well, we haven't addressed many things. So, for example, the right-wing church people, the church is divided. There's progressives and there's conservatives. There are many church people that support Israel for particular reasons, and there are Christians who are countering that. So when I look again, I don't want to point to Tandi. So Tandi, for example, is linked to groups of Christians who have linked with Christian Palestinians. You know, when I say Christian Palestinians, many people say, I thought they're all Muslim. People don't know that they are Christian. Some of the oldest Christian communities are Palestinian. In fact, many people say Jesus was the first Palestinian resistance fighter. It's true. So what Mazibuko says is vital. I think it's one of the most vital areas because people have been given a lot of lies. So that work is critical. My final point, and this has not been raised, what I was trying to say is what Alexander Haig, who was in the White House with Ronald Reagan or something a long time ago, said. If there wasn't an Israel, we would have had to create one. Because Israel was the biggest supporter, for example, of apartheid South Africa. 85% of the arms of South Africa came from Israel. They developed nuclear weapons. The point is that it wasn't just South Africa. It was also the military dictatorships of Central and South America. It was also the trade unions in Turkey. Israel put it down. They play that role for imperialism. In the beginning, to make that region safe for oil companies, today to protect the trade routes, which is important. I don't want to go into detail, no time, but also in terms of militarism, of developing armaments which they feel test on the bodies of Palestinian men, women, and children, and then export it, and surveillance technology, which they send to authoritarian regimes to put down the struggles of their people, or the police that they train in places like the United Snakes of America, New Orleans, that kill young black people. Sudan, a lot of the money that Israel has for its genocide comes from the mines run by Israeli businessmen in Sudan. You can draw this link. So the point is, Israel, the Palestinians, as I said in the morning, are in the front line of the struggle. But the struggle is global, and Israel plays a particular role in terms of racial capitalism, fossil capitalism, with despotic Arab regimes in the region, primarily the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and their role in climate catastrophe. So as Mazibuko was saying, we need to draw the links. We need to connect the dots of these things. So I think we have to remember that. Israel, John Foster, who went to Israel in '76, he was a Nazi. He was jailed because he belonged to a Nazi group. And he had these arrangements which are now coming out. Ariel Sharon, who killed thousands of Palestinians and South Lebanese in 1982, was here in 1981 in Namibia advising the South African generals on how to pacify the Namibians using the Guatemala model. The Guatemala model is when tens of thousands of indigenous Guatemalans were killed and pacified by the military regime, the dictator in Guatemala at the time, but with the support of Israel. So Israel is a threat to the world, and any progress we make anywhere, they play a particular reactionary role. So counter the Christian supporters of Israel. Not all Christians support Israel, many people don't, and draw the links between our struggles and the struggles. The same greed in mining affected unions is the same greed that drives the billionaires from supporting Israel. You said 50 words.
Okay, so comrades, I'm going to close this session because this discussion could go on. And I don't want us to shrink the time of Dylan Valley's video and sharing in the last session, and I want to allow a little bit of time at the end for us to kind of pull ourselves together and get to a sort of overall discussion. And then Tamili is going to lead the move out of, so I'm seeing her like moving her body. She is going to lead us out to lunch. Lunch is served. I want to ask you to try and be back here as really as soon as you can. So no later than 2:45. Okay. Thank you very much. I know that Alan wants to make an announcement, but I'm going to ask him to do the announcement to people who are eating. Okay, no more announcements. Okay.
But this point's
yeah.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
We're going to close it here at 3 o'clock. I'm going to get to work to get ready for my job. I'm going to appoint the ICT people on campus.
Please. Is this, the food was so terrible that everyone else had to run for the bathroom? Where are they? Sorry, the food was delicious, even if I say so myself. No, I know. Yeah, I noticed. Comrade Mama, Tin. Mm-hmm.
People were thirsty, so of course this was already bought, so people would drink it anyway. But this is a good reflection on ourselves.
It's also a good reflection on us who organized not to simply put cool drink with the meal, to actually specify. So my apologies that we weren't more vigilant on this issue. Sincerely apologize. Are they still, so can we, the Black Power Station, comrades? Yo. It's not my... And can I invite you to take a branded bottle of water? I'm claiming that I know where it comes from, but I actually don't. It says change the world, so clearly we need to check where that water comes from. Okay. I would like to invite the comrades from the Black Power Station to just sit up here. No, Kolani said he's going to say some poetry. Yeah. So I'm going to start us off by inviting a comrade and a poet who uses culture as a weapon. And so can you please join me in welcoming Comrade Mputlani Bofelo.
Ta-da, 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 ta-da. Echoes in the ordinary country for Neville Alexandra. From carpenter's hands, from teacher's chalk, patient molding shaped the child of struggle. Azanian and Ethiopian blood in the veins, heritage crossing borders, faith from the mother, fire from the father, justice and equality carved into bone. Iron bars, 10 years, sharpen vision edge, chains forge solidarity. The underground breathes life, Yu Chin Chen Club, where militancy and humanist dreams meet. Not narrow independence, but collective liberation. A vision stitched in many tongues, linguistic diversity as democracy's breath. Voices intertwine, language bloom into light, freedom speak in song. Ha 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 ha. education as resistance, classrooms as sites of emancipation, pedagogy tied to transformation, critical consciousness rising against inequality. From confinement grew clarity, from struggle grew new thought, classrooms as sites of resistance, an ordinary country, a people becoming one nation. New unity movement, build division, bury division, build unity. Mass consciousness blooms, education, language, equality, woven into people's fabric, a praxis of liberation. Workers' organization for socialist action, workers' rights defended, anti-capitalist struggle, grassroots democracy rising, voices of the oppressed. Workers' List Party, independent path of labor, Alexander's praxis, not subsumed by power, but steadfast into freedom's claim, ordinary people rise. Walls dissolve to dust, justice walk up with open hands, one people, one nation. Bawelile, bawelile la bafana, bawelile, bawelile, bawelile la bafana, bawelile, bawelile la bafana, bawelile, bawelile, bawelile la bafana, bawelile, bawelile, bawelile la bafana, bawelile. They crossed over terrains familiar to the eye. They bid farewell to pathways memorized by their heads, said goodbyes to crossroads known by their hearts, to traverse hinterlands they have only seen on the map and the television, renaming places as they pass them, a big middle finger to colonial geography. Bawelile, bawelile labafana bawelile. Flying on the wings of hope, they befriended pythons and crocodiles, tamed mountain heights and river tides, singing songs composed on the run, propelled by poems recited at the go. Bawelile, bawelile, bawelile labafa. They crossed the Rubicon, slithering through the total onslaught. They befriended the barbed wire, slipped through daydreaming commandos into the open, loving arms of the savannah grass. The baobab, their rest room, birds singing along the reason. Singaji indimajita, singaji indimajita. Bawelile labafana, they cross over to the higher realm of Lehodimo, into the holy company of Mudimu. They have risen to be Badimu, watching over us as we wrestle Madimu. They have crossed over to the higher realm of Lehodimo, into the holy company of Mudimu. They have risen to be Badimu, watching over us as we wrestle Madimu. They woke up from the nightmare of miscarried freedom and slaughtered dreams, befriended the rope and the tree to fly away the misery of drowning in colonial cocktails and neo-colonial concoctions. Bavukile, abantwana bavukile, bavukile, abantwana bavukile. The children are awake. They are tired of colonial statues, ghosting their freedom dreams. They cannot tolerate being born free in unfreedom. They raise high the banner of the new struggle, afro hair up in the sky, dreadlocks on the loose. The Duke is in the boardroom, Tiro haunts academia, Biko runs in parliament. Bawelile.
No, I'm not going to say a poem, but I'm going to say, please meet the Black Power Station in poetry.
Oh, yeah. Molweni njani? Yeah. I've written a lot of stuff when I used to rap. So some of them I will give a background because most of them are in Xhosa. Most of us as Xhosa people or black people, we are visituko most, you know. But some of these things, we don't use them to keep family. And as people, we name things. Like, for example, the song I wrote was called Ubomi, was about how people, families let go of their responsibilities, and then we call people street kids, as if streets gives birth, but people give birth, and then family don't have responsibilities. Extended families become no safe zones for people. So I wrote this track as a second person, watching friends or looking at what's happening in the community. So it's called Ubomi. So the first verse goes like this. Ndikhumbula ndiseyityonkwane ndisenofifane nxana ndivalelwe phaa kum erunini ndizive ndicula bawo ndenzani na ingaba lameva ndihlaba yozi ziphoso zam zokuzalwa ngashwa ezisetyenziswa zingalindelanga kuhlawulwa lena impilo engonahlalwa ngumntu othi onekhaya kube eqaleni ekhayeni indawo nozinzo nothando oluphuhlisayo oqhwalelayo silelayo kwezimeko zempumelelo wena ukwaziyo ube ngumsimelelo ukwazi abaphantsi bazakupha intsikelelo. So that's the first verse that explains, you know, like being a child at home, sitting there lonely and feeling why you have to be here. Because home is supposed to be that place that takes care of you, a safe space where you can run to, but you happen to have no home. So the second verse goes like this. Ukubhala lengoma andiphindisi sixiba ndiba ndivala isiziba sogxabam sentlupheko songabi nakhaya namuntu omnyongo nozisulu ezinyembezi mawukosi sinqala ukuzala kwethu selelityala bayalibala sisithi nje ngabo basizala usilahle loo nto ibonisa ubugwala apho kuni ukuthi ningasifuni siphele singaboni izihange zikuhlaleni abarobi basezibhankeni izikade zomama babantu ezimarikeni abanqibe ezitafuleni zabakhenkethi nobangela ingekho enye indlela ukuthi masendleke kube lula masiqhatheke sisebenzele these drug lords by benefiting by stealing iziyobisi. So basically that's the first one, yabo. So call boom. And then so the so I'm trying to think, it's funny. The other one is called Execution. So with friends, we're playing with an idea of how sometimes you're in a room full of academics, because I'm in Makanda, so that's the world, the university is surrounding you. So you feel like you're in the room, people talk about using big languages and jargons and about stuff. And so we said, okay, let's write a song around how the mind of a young black man is in a society. So the track is called Execution. So it's more like surgery. So like, take my mask off. So it's called, well, it's an execution, elimination of this man completing the African land. This cancer formative ways of life attentively. Studying this elimination in the mind where he implanted his lies. Disinclining your abilities to proceed maliciously, captured your brain cuffed in a small box are absurd. Psychologically, you are impregnated against your will, I guess you have no idea. Then it's benevolent for you to come closer to begin. Rejuvenate your whole mental being, fertilize a nature's trail, prevail, irrigate the seed of the oppressed. Revolutionaries, nurseries, nourishate the deaths, because far from the exit. With the prognoses containing contagious damages, conditions are too critical. It's soluble to conclude the outcome, while the surgery is still in progress. Well, sit up straight, position yourself as I inside the reason is so many bad dreams you revision. Ostracize, substitute the Western ways of life you adopted. I mean, with demons you possess. Your senses are being dislocated for being depressed. Destituted in your own land, nothing to inherit. Some god revolutionary sent as a state of emergence, depicting the actual psychological problem. Yeah. So that will end there. So I did a recent one, which is personal to me. Not that other ones are not. This one is like personal to me because it relates to family and how when my dad passed, so I didn't have to talk to him, so I had to prepare the funeral and stuff. So I had time after 2 years, so I wrote something that I could have said to him. So the poem or the rap is called Dear Old Man, because that's how I used to call him. So it goes like this. Dear old man, ezihlangu ndishanazo kuzaba nzima undilingana. Bendisafuna ithutyana ixeshana lobonisana ngezekhaya njengenkulu ingwevu nyana katyhefu endilisekileyo yakhekileyo kwasengqondweni, the father that raised a soldier that I am to stand the battleground. Le nto ibubomi into enzima buyindoda kufuneka beqilima ubamba isidima uthatha isikhokhelo uquka amakhwiniba uwakokose kwesiziba sentliziyo mkele intiyo uvume noba isiyo is a struggle I'm willing to learn, living with the contradictions of loving family and keeping with the traditions that are conflicted with Western colonial constructions. Black family are constantly in destruction, paralyzed to the core, hence I'm crying, I need a father. So that's like the first verse. So it goes on like this. It says, my duty as a man is to listen and learn and be ready to implement the plan in the best way that I can. So I pray, old man, to reflect zonke imfundiso, ndingaginqi nakanye kwiqiniso, ndibhebhethe impikiso, ndenze izilungiso, apho koziphoso zingenzwanga ngenhloso zokunyasha amangomso. So I speak the truth, njengomalume uLester, may his soul rest in peace. I write this, ndizisa isidima kula madoda amabini, Michael Hope Madina no-Alester Maxekwana, bandikhulisa ndiyimvekwana, bandolusa ndayindodana, ndinguye lo nyana ozimisele ukhulisa elikhaya, ndakhemba kuNdali kuyovela ukhanya. So thank you very much. So yeah, that's basically what I can share today. So, but otherwise, you can come. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm done.
You were finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, all right. So on these notes, we're moving over to a film by Dylan Valley. That is a collage. It's a short part of a longer film that includes interviews with Neville. And Dylan is a filmmaker. Where are you? Ah, there you are. He's a filmmaker and activist from Cape Town. It's yours. I'll now sit down.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to Salim for inviting me. Salim over there. He's not my uncle, so it wasn't nepotism, just so you know. We're probably distant relatives, but I'm a different... yeah. And so I really wanted to... this is the first time I'm at the Neville Alexander conference. For some other reason, I couldn't make it before this, but I'm really happy to be here and also to see such familiar faces and people I admire in the audience. What I'm going to show today is a short clip from a much longer interview that we did with Neville Alexander as part of a project called Afrikaans. So back in 2010, we made a documentary, we made a theater show called Afrikaans, and the aim of the theater show was to really to decolonize Afrikaans as a language. That was the aim of the show, even though we didn't maybe frame it in that way at the time. But it was to frame, specifically look at the Kaaps dialect of Afrikaans, which is kind of it's like the Cape Town dialect of Afrikaans, but also it has a very particular kind of racialized and class kind of attachment to the term Kaaps, and is to really place Kaaps, to center Kaaps and decentralize Afrikaans, basically, as we know it, the Afrikaans of what people call algemene beskaafde Afrikaans, which actually means I only recently found this out, but it actually means general civilized Afrikaans. So like the standard of Afrikaans was actually called Algemene Beskaafde Afrikaans. And the aim of the show was really to challenge that, to challenge what the standard is. And our engagements with Dr. Alexander were very crucial in terms of us being able to frame it in this particular way. And recently there's been a kind of revival of this kind of CAPS conversation in academia, but also outside of academia, and now there's like a CAPS dictionary coming out, and in many ways these things are really positive, and it's really welcome to see this kind of thing. I'm not a language scholar or anything like that. I'm a documentary filmmaker, but this is the one kind of topic that's kind of stuck with me throughout my career, that because I think it's so topical and it's so contested, and I think the reason why I went back to the tapes, it was literally like an old dusty box of tapes. I went back to find this interview was because I do believe that there's so much we can still learn. I'd probably watched this so many times, but in preparation for this conference, I translated the clip you're going to see with subtitles. And there are so many light bulb moments, even though I'd already seen the switch and been like, oh, that's what he means, or that's what he was saying, yeah. And so this is really why I thought it would be important to present this work here. I'm only going to show about 13 minutes of it, but I'm going to release the entire interview on YouTube. So if you're keen to see more of it, probably by next week I'll have uploaded the whole thing, so you can just Google it and I'm sure it'll show up. The other thing I wanted to say before we continue was, yes, essentially the conversation it kind of speaks about the standard of Afrikaans and how we need to really reframe what the standard is, that we need to kind of include a much broader understanding of what Afrikaans is. And so in this clip, Neville Alexander actually tells us about how if it wasn't for the Khoi, the San, enslaved people, Afrikaans wouldn't have existed as it is in the Cape. And that also extends beyond just those groups, but also through the rest of South Africa. There are different forms of Afrikaans that are not the Algemene Beskaafde Afrikaans. But it's only because of the colonial encounter that Afrikaans came to be as its own language, that it's not a dialect of Dutch, but it still kind of gets referred to as this kind of a variant of Dutch and that kind of thing. But it's not that, and I think the important, my feeling is that, with the CAPS movement that's coming about, there's a big push to claim CAPS as a language in its own right. And I totally understand it, and I think after the clip we can talk more about this. But I think to abandon Afrikaans and the fight to kind of decolonize Afrikaans, to abandon that is also kind of a form of colonial erasure, because that's the way the standardization came about. And it's really through this conversation that we started to really distill these ideas. So I hope you guys enjoy this clip. I hope you find it interesting. And yeah, I think we can, after the clip, we can discuss a bit more. But are there any questions before? Any? Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
As die Khoi, die San en die slawe nie gedwing was om Hollands of Nederlands te leer nie, of te praat nie, dan sou die taal Afrikaans eintlik nie ontstaan.
All the people must have done.
Baie veel werk om te doen.
Ja, ek kan voel. Eerste vraag wat is het is, hoe het Afrikaans eindelijk ontstaan?
Wel, die ontstaan van Afrikaans kan mens net verduidelijk door daarna te verwijzen dat als die kooi, die saan en die slavenverhaal niet gedwongen was om Hollands of Nederlands te leren nie, of te praten, nie, dan zou die taal Afrikaans eindelijk niet ontstaan het nie. Feit is, als het in Zuid-Afrika of in die Kaapkolonie zou gegaan het, zoals het bijvoorbeeld in Amerika gegaan het, dan zou ons vandaag een variant van Hollands gehad het, wat diezelfde soort verhouding tot Nederlands in Vlaanders of in Nederlanden zou gehad het, als wat bijvoorbeeld de Amerikaanse Engels met Britse Engels vandaag heeft. Maar omdat die slaven en die kooi en die saan gedwongen was om Hollands te leren, het Afrikaans ontstaan. Dus een van die eenvoudigste stellingen wat de mens kan maken en wat de mens behoort te maken wanneer je over die ontstaan van Afrikaans praat.
Misschien een voorbeeld van woorden wat vandaag nog in Afrikaans is, wat van andere, zoals Indonesië, een paar andere plekken vandaan komen.
Wel, dat is baie woorden, die woord baie, bijvoorbeeld, is natuurlijk een Maleisische woord, bayang. En dan woorden die dubbele negatief, alhoewel het ook in zekere andere talen, zelfs in Hollands, zekere varianten van Hollands voorkomt. Ik denk dat het duidelijk bewijs geworden dat het waarschijnlijk of uit Maleis-Portugees of van die kooi afgekomen. En dat is natuurlijk, zoals ik zei, baie woorden wat uit vooral die Maleisische taal afstam. En wat het vandaag normaal gebruikt.
Ik gewoon woorden zoals kiri en goga en geitje.
Saan en kooi woorden, ja.
Okay.
Ja, waarom zal je zeggen die difference van Hoë Afrikaans en La Afrikaans?
Ik weet niet of ik die woord hoë en la zo gebruik zelf zou gebruiken, maar dat is wel een verschil natuurlijk tussen standaardtaal en niet-standaardtaal overal in die wereld. Waar je geschreven taal hebt, is daar een standaardtaal wat als die zogenaamde hoë variant is, aanvaard wordt en zogenaamde la vormen. Dat heeft met standaardisering te doen. Die eindelijke kritiek wat ons, wat standaard Afrikaans betreft, wat ons op die proces hier in Zuid-Afrika heeft, is dat die standaard ras gebaseerd is. In andere woorden, dat was een doelbewuste poging. Toen die standaardisering begin het in die 1875 maar nog meer, toen het begin het, een doelbewuste poging om die taal wat vooral die zogenaamde beskaafde, dat wil zeggen blanke Afrikaans sprekendes gebruikt was, om daar die variant als die standaard te aanvaar. En wat ons vandaag als Kaaps of als Oranje rivier Afrikaans bijvoorbeeld, of Griekwa Afrikaans enzovoort, wat als dit bekend staan, daar die vormen is eenvoudig gemarginaliseerd, is niet gebruikt nie. En is doelbewust uitgesluit. So is niet te zeggen dat daar niet standaard en een niet-standaard taal of talen varianten moet bestaan nie, want het bestaan overal in die wereld. Maar is die feit dat het doelbewust als een ras gebaseerde standaard ontwikkeld is, dit is waarom ons daar teenoor baie kritisch is. En dan wil ik nog bijvoegen dat overal in die wereld vandaag, dat het tot een mate te doen met technologie, maar het ook te doen met die bewustzijn, die democratische bewustzijn van mensen. Overal in die wereld wordt die standaardtaal vandaag bevraagteken. Want dat sluit mensen uit. as jy kyk na die BBC byvoorbeeld, jy kry al hoe meer ander variëteite wat nie net aanvaar word nie, maar wat ook uitgebeeld word op die televisie en natuurlik in radioprogramme. En dit word aanvaar as deel van 'n hele spektrum van variëteite, van spreekwyses, wat as Engels bekend staan. Dit is allemaal Engels. Alhoewel dit nie die standaard vorm is nie. En jy kry dieselfde soort ding gebeur vandag in Duitsland, in Oostenryk, in Switserland, oral in die wêreld gebeur dieselfde soort ding. So wanneer ons dan begin die standaard Afrikaans, die sogenaamde algemeen beskaafde Afrikaans, wanneer ons dit begin kritiseer, dan is nie net omdat ons antirassisties wil wees nie, maar dit is ook omdat ons demokraties wil wees. Ons wil mense insluit. Al hoe meer mense wat Afrikaans sprekend is, wil ons insluit. Selfs derde taal, tweede taalsprekers wil ons insluit, nie net eerste taalsprekers nie.
Misschien een vraag wat gekoppeld aan is hoe realistisch is het dat Afrikaans, ook Kaapse Afrikaans, op diezelfde level zal gezien worden bij die hele Zuid-Afrika? Is het mondelijk? En die tweede vraag is, wat daaraan gekoppeld is het die kinders wat minderwaardig voelen omdat hulle Kaapse Afrikaans praat. Zonder een national effort om het recht te stellen. Hoe realistisch is het om dat te verwachten?
Kijk, ik zou zeggen, het is baie realistisch. Natuurlijk zal het tijd nemen. In die zin dat enige goede onderwijsstelsel zal altijd die taal wat die kind bij die huis praat gebruik om die standaardtaal vir daai kind te leer. Met ander woorde, jy gebruik die dialek of die sosiolek of wat ook al, jy gebruik daardie variëteit om die kind die standaardtaal te leer. Met ander woorde, wanneer ons in Suid-Afrika, in die Weskaap veral, stelselmatig begin om byvoorbeeld Kaaps te gebruik waar dit nodig is, om die standaardtaal van die kinders te leer, word die status van Kaaps natuurlijk vanzelfsprekend verhoog. Dit is die eerste punt. Die tweede punt is dat al hoe meer van die, kom ons sê maar Kaaps-Afrikaanse vorms, Afrikaapse vorms, behoort in die standaard opgeneem te word. Kom ons neem maar 'n woord soos ek is maar die een goeie voorbeeld wat ek altyd gebruik, 'n woord soos tramakassie wat natuurlik wat dankie beteken. As dit gewoonte word om te skryf, jy kan of dankie of tramakassie skryf, dan word die status van die Kaapse leksikon, sal ek maar sê, word daai status gelijkgestel aan die status van die woorde wat uit Hollands of uit Germaanse tale uitkom.
Ek verstaan Afrikaans ontwikkel met elke generation. Dink jy dit is beneficial vir ons in terme van die standardization van die taal? Of en dat is een vraag. En dan nog een vraag is, als je kyk na Afrikaans soos dit nou was van jare terug, generation tot bij mij nou. Is dit ook vir baie ontwikkeling?
Alle tale. Hoe mens praat, wat jy praat en so aan. Die inhoud, die woordeskat, al die goede verander al die tyd. Grammatika, die uitspraak, al die goede verander in elke taal. Afrikaans is in daai sin glad nie is nie anders as ander tale nie. So in daai sin, so ek sê, daar hoef mens glad nie bekommerd wees nie. Wat met standaardisering gebeur is dat deur woordeboeke, deur spesifieke vorms vas te lê, kom 'n sekere konservatiewe aspek in die taal in, maar in die geskrewe taal, nie die gesproke taal nie, in die geskrewe taal. Natuurlik het die geskrewe taal 'n invloed op die gesproke taal. En daar moet 'n mens kan onderhandel, so te sê, wat is aanvaarbaar, so te sê, en wat is nie aanvaarbaar nie. En soos ek sê, die enigste in enige taal is die enigste kriterium is eintlik is dit verstaanbaar. Ja? Nou jy kry natuurlik, en dit neem ons heeltemal in 'n ander rigting, maar jy kry natuurlik dinge soos purisme, suiwertaal. Waar jy sal mense kry wat sê nee, kyk, daar is nie Afrikaans nie. Dis Engels wat jy nou praat. Of is iets anders, is nie Afrikaans nie. Nou, en dit moet mense ook kan verstaan. Daar is natuurlik, veral by sekere soort kunstenaars, is daar daai tendensie, daai neiging om te sê nee, kyk, as ons Afrikaans skryf of praat, dan moet ons dit so praat en so voorts. Maar eintlik is dit die mense wat die taal praat wat in die laaste instansie bepaal wat aanvaarbaar is en wat nie aanvaarbaar is nie. So hoe jy sekere veranderings in die standaardtaal opneem of laat opneem, hang natuurlik af van hoe jy organiseer, mobiliseer, wat 'n druk uitgeoefen kan word op diegene wat die taal, die standaard van die taal handhaaf. So is nie 'n maklike ding nie, maar ek meen ons moet daarvan ons uitgangspunt is dat ons vandag in Suid-Afrika lewe waar dinge aan die verander is en baie vinnig aan die verander is. Met die gevolg dat die standaardvorm word bevraagteken. Mense sê nee, dis te ver van wat ons op straat praat. Wat ons straattaal moet ook deel word van daai standaard. En ek dink ons moet aanvaar dat daar altyd 'n verskil wees tussen die geskrewe taal en die gesproke taal. Sal altyd 'n verskil wees. En in sekere kontekste is dit belangrik om daai verskil te nouer te maak. In ander kontekste maak dit glad nie saak nie. Ja?
Apologies for the subtitles being a bit low, so it's a bit hard to read. But so you see, the conversation really was about the standardization of the language. After this, we kind of moved towards, in the conversation, we talk about, he told us a lot about the history of Afrikaans, when Afrikaans became standardized. And it was a group called Die Genootskap van die Regte Afrikaners, around 1875 or so. Yeah, I think so. That actually started to standardize Afrikaans, because before that it was basically this kind of informal language, it hadn't yet been written down. But the first Afrikaans was actually written in Arabic script in the madrasas in Cape Town, so in the Islamic schools in Cape Town. And there's work by Ahmad Davids, who was researching this for decades, he was doing this work. And we also talk a lot about how this idea of the Genootskap van die Regte Afrikaners means that if you're saying this is the organization of the true Afrikaners, which is what the Genootskap van die Regte Afrikaners means, it means that there's already people calling themselves Afrikaners, but you guys are saying, okay, we're the true Afrikaners. And so the colonial project of Afrikaner nationalism also created this mythology around Afrikaans and this kind of idea of Afrikaans, which also then later became the language of the oppressor as we all know it today, right? Obviously today, they're trying to rebrand it, I guess, but I'm not sure how. I think through including stories like this, they're also trying to rebrand it, but still kind of really holding on to the power and also the idea of what it means to be an Afrikaner and that kind of thing. So we speak a lot about that after this clip. There was another time when he had lunch with us, but I didn't include that footage because it's very noisy and a lot of clinging plates. But on a YouTube video, it won't be as bad. So I'm going to upload that as well. Just really, really wonderful engagements Just before I came, I suddenly realized that it's all in Afrikaans, which I hadn't considered before. So I had to like subtitle everything ahead of time. But I hope that it was all legible and it was a good translation. The film itself, the film itself is also on YouTube. You guys can watch that, it's already up there. So you saw this was made in 2010, so it's quite a long time ago now. But still quite relevant today, because these issues haven't really shifted. I think there's kind of lip service done to these kinds of issues. I think what's interesting, though, with the developments of the CARPS dictionary and that kind of thing, I think the colleagues who are pushing that forward are operating very much from a black consciousness point of view. And so part of that is also kind of moving away from Afrikaans at all, and framing CARPS itself as its own language, which I totally understand and I appreciate it. But I do think that we can't just kind of leave Afrikaans behind. Because, for example, so many of us, like my mother, both my parents are Afrikaans first language, but when I grew up, we were speaking English. So part of the film is about that. I use my personal story to kind of tie the show together and the music from the show and all that kind of stuff. And my mother didn't speak CARPS, like she spoke a different kind of Afrikaans. But that doesn't mean that her dialect from the Boerland is not also important. So we can't just valorize CARPS, I think, as well. I think it's also important to also acknowledge that indigenous people, black people, enslaved Asians created this language, right? So we as Afrikaans, not CARPS alone, right? So I think that just further racializes the language. And the key thing that really dropped, the penny really dropped for me was when Neville said, the problem is not that there's a standard in Afrikaans, that you have like standardized Afrikaans, but the problem is that standard is based on race alone, right? And not only race, but it's also based on a white nationalist project and colonial erasure. So that's all I wanted to say, really. But are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Sure, yes, sure.
Yeah. So, ek se Afrikaans amazing. I grew up in the onbeskaafde Afrikaans. Let's call it that, rather than beskaafde Afrikaans. Let's call it onbeskaafde Afrikaans, because honestly, as I think this film has made me think back to being a child in an Afrikaans school, and how, in fact, the language that was Afrikaans was sanitized by bringing in Dutch. So we had to learn something called Afrikaans Nederlands. And Afrikaans, as it was spoken in the Boerland, where I grew up, was not there. And so I know this expression of beskaafde Afrikaans. I think of it as onbeskaafde Afrikaans. So, yeah, I'm going to stop there. There's a lot to say. I'm also sort of interested that we got to this point today, and really it wasn't specifically planned like that, but there's a thread about language and communication and the languages that we need to struggle that runs through all of the presentations this morning. And so I want to invite you to talk specifically about Afrikaans and Afrikaans, if you want, but also to broaden the conversation to talk about language. Peter. Could you mind waiting until you have a microphone, because it helps with the recording? Absolutely.
And language operates as a form of social control, and this is a wonderful example of it. I went to Wits in '67 and took a degree in Afrikaans. It was an absolutely unbelievable course because there were dissident Afrikaners in that department. And I've only recently realized that it was politically the most interesting place to be at the university because there was this deep conversation going over identity, language, and its position. And it was very interesting at the university. And teendeel was what was going on in the English department. And I've only thought about that recently. What was going on was a propagation in the English department that this was the imperial message, that this was empire coming here, and this is the way you threw yourself on the floor because the English department was so full of itself, and it's full of its own forms of social control. And I think it's only realized, you know, this is a long time ago, but I've only now begun to realize how important this was in my own upbringing and sort of beginning to register the importance of language and its politics and its sociology. So thank you. It's very interesting.
So in beskaafde Afrikaans, there were the 60ers who protested. But really, I don't know whether your curriculum also included Adam Small and Afrikaans that didn't look like the Afrikaans of the 60ers. So, Oh.
But he was very interesting. Van Wekelo taught us he was very interesting from a language point of view and also from a philosophical point of view. And this, loyal opposition, and his position was still that. So it was a very interesting period.
Right. Thank you. Was your hand up, Sia?
Yeah.
And can I ask Sia, then Tamili, and then, I'm so sorry that I have forgotten your name. Sindiso. Cool.
And
Sandy. Sindisa Kolo.
Okay, so there's one thing about language and how many of us receive it. So there's a particular location. For example, Mamdani speaks specifically about Afrikaans as a good example of decoloniality. But when you speak to my mom about Afrikaans, it locates her in a different place. It brings different memories. And so then how do we then take that and measure it with this question that also Mamdani also tries to depict, and how this also locates to different communities. And as well, this also the question of language in itself, the language that I'm speaking right now, also does something. And this is a very important question. And I thought, I was asking Russ again that why are we not raising it? The question of ethnicide. Because as we speak English, there's something that we're also missing that we're not often speaking. And that's our home languages. And this is often missing. And we miss important concepts in it. And this also links very specific, again, to the question of Palestine. And we spoke about Gaza. But there's a very particular area in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, where if teachers teach Palestinian history, they're going to be arrested. And this brings up broader question. Yeah, but that's a question I wanted to raise, Irna.
Thank you. So definitely there's that deep history. of 1976 and its ongoing struggles, because I don't think 1976 actually has ended, and language. So the person who has to get the microphone is Tammy Lee. Oh, you got it?
Wow.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say I just wanted to say that I am Afrikaans home language, and but I'm educated in English, so now I struggle to switch back. But I had the opportunity to study Afrikaans, and one of the cool things at university was that we could write in the way that we speak. So if you're from, Worcester or Oranje, you could write the way you were brought up, and I just always thought that was really cool. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't know, speak, or understand Afrikaans, but I spend a lot of time with linguists at UWC, and the documentary. My question is around the documentary and its future going forward, because when the university was reviewing its language policy, this was a heated debate of including Afrikaans or not including Afrikaans. And the conversation around CAPS, it came out. And also, not even CAPS as a language, but CAPS as a brand in Cape Town. So there was a lot of debate around that. And the reason why I'm asking this, that what is the future of the documentary going forward? Because I think it's going to spark another debate going forward. And also for us to unlearn some of the things and stereotypes that we have around Afrikaans, because we couldn't give that conversation and debate its full, I forgot the English word, but as I can see dive deep into the things that we wanted to achieve around that language policy. So people were expected to get involved, because documentaries like this, where we're not exposed to them, and the history of Afrikaans and slavery. And it's quite important, because even for us as activists organizing around Cape Town, it's so hard to engage. For instance, I've worked in Mitchell's Plain, in Cedar High. It's so hard to engage other comrades from Mitchell's Plain because of the language barrier. Right? So even now organizing, when we talk about Palestine and doing these things, language becomes a barrier. Beyond the structural injustice of apartheid in Cape Town, but it becomes a barrier. So it is also a question to us to learn Afrikaans, because that's the only way that we can find each other in this space. And what?
Thank you. I think I should ask people to just wait and let's give Dylan a chance to respond, and then I'll take a next round of questions. And I've noted your hand, Sophie, Kolani, Kolile, and no one here? Oh, does it? Vuvu. Okay, Vuvu. Thank you. Oh, your hand was up. Not. Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to sit down.
So I think I respond to the previous question, which was around the future of the documentary. It's been 15 years since we made it, so so I think it's people have kind of ripped it, put it on YouTube. I think that for me it shows that it's actually it's like a compliment when people have, like, the fact that people have like copied it, put it up, distributed it, and I hope that there will be more opportunities to show it in public forum. I've worked a lot since then in documentary. I mean, it's 15 years ago, so I was 25 at the time. But it's out of all the projects that I've done, it's like the one thing that people still want me to talk about, So, and I've made a lot of documentaries since then, but I think that what I'm planning to do with this interview specifically is just to put the whole unedited thing up online as like a contribution from Neville to everybody, really, because I think also a lot of people you know, YouTube is like where a lot of people get their analysis and that kind of thing. So I'm also planning on doing more like content, like video content. I always hated the word content, but I think it's important to be engaging online with videos and put these ideas out there on different platforms so that we can engage in that way. Because I think also what we've seen, also somebody mentioned Mahmoud Madani, what we saw with his son's campaign in New York to become the mayor, using social media in really good ways, really interesting ways. So I think it's important to be on these platforms and engage with them. So I hope that answers the question. And yeah.
No comment on Afrikaans and as a political tool and the reaction that it brought and the experience of dehumanization in education.
Yes.
I think that came from Sia.
Yes, yeah, that was a really important contribution. So yeah, thanks for that. I think this is where CAPS becomes useful as a separate language, to be able to make it distinct as a separate language and saying, okay, this is not Afrikaans, actually. And to say that this is not that language of the oppressor and that kind of thing, because it was hijacked to become that thing. And we can't sugarcoat that, or we can't wish it that away. That's the way a lot of us relate to the language. So we can't, like both my parents are Afrikaans, but I, like with what you were saying, Tammy Lee, I grew up English, 100% English kid. I can barely speak Afrikaans now. I can understand it very well, but my parents made a deliberate decision, because they were also, they were like progressives and all that kind of thing. My dad was an activist in his own way. And so they just didn't want to be associated, they didn't want us to be associated with Afrikaans. So for us, it's also about this kind of mental shift about also accepting the fullness of ourselves as well and where we come from. And also like understanding that, that this was like a colonial project, a white nationalist project, and it has to be named as such, which is why I think that singing the stem during like Springbok games, I can't do it. I can't sit there and sing. Like when you're watching the Springboks play and it's all, I know this is controversial for some rugby fans, but I can't watch the Springboks and then sing the stem and then have a great time. And I think that's I even think I can't wear the green and gold either. I don't wear it because of the same thing you spoke about. Because when my parents were growing up and when I was born in the 80s, I mean, I think for the next generation, maybe of kids after me, they won't have that kind of association to it. But I'm not going to sing the stem in a stadium. Yeah.
So I think that opens up a whole other set of questions about how we relate to the symbolism of language and how the insertion of, and I also don't sing that, I just keep quiet. Besides the fact that my family don't think I speak proper Afrikaans anymore. So can I ask Sophie? And then there was Farrell. And can I have another hand? Bevel and, oh, sorry, I forgot you.
No,
I forgot to say Paulo again. No, Kolile. Kolile. Your name is Kolile. And then Ms. Cheko.
Right, thank you very much, and thank you for the documentary, and of course, as is so very clear with so many things in our history, it raises contradictions that is inherent in our society, and it also raises possibilities and challenges. And I want to add another dimension to it, but I suppose I want to underscore that I think it's very important, the translation, so that we really, all of us, come to grips with what Neville had to say about it. Because for him it had all to do, the non-racial nature of the language, democratizing the language and the inclusiveness of the language, but also that language in itself evolves. You see that it's not some political entity can decide this is the language, and then that language get imposed on people. Now, another nation that this language was totally imposed on is Namibia. And I'm Namibian, so I can tell you, when I came to Cape Town to study medicine, I could hardly speak English because you were not meant to speak other languages. I always say they perfected Afrikaans in Namibia. They perfected apartheid in Namibia. And so one of the important tasks on my shoulders before I visit Neville where he is now is to try and complete a book I've been trying to write. It says the contribution of Namibians to the South African liberation struggle. You know, the Terrorism Act was made for Namibians. So I'm just telling you there's that dimension. So you will hear Namibians say they speak a very different Afrikaans from the Cape Town Afrikaans. But you see, because South Africans are unaware that their country ruled and occupied and completely half destroyed another country. And on top of it, they fought a conventional war in that country that contributed immensely to the suffering of Namibians and Angolans and Southern Africans. South Africans must know it. This is what apartheid South Africa did. But South Africans don't know about that struggle. How much did the fact that a conventional war was fought on the Namibian-Angolan border by the South African apartheid state, what it did to Namibians and Southern Angolans, and how much that contributed to the end of apartheid. It's important, it's an important question that is raised by this. But so people speak Afrikaans. From the south to the north in Namibia, people speak Afrikaans. Of course, with the Namibian independence in 1994, after a war of liberation, people speak English. But it's still a struggle because people, certainly my parents and so on, it's Afrikaans speaking. So the contradictions are there. How then do we find solutions? Because solutions from all the things we've discussed today, we must find. And so I am very encouraged by how people engage with finding solutions here today. What can we do? How do we build on each other's strengths in finding these solutions and not allow the contradictions to divide us? Because I am telling you, Neville always told us, there is always an alternative. There is always a way to unify ourselves. And so even this debate on Afrikaans, on Afrikaans and so on, let us continue to engage with it as we continue to engage with other issues, basing it on democratizing, basing it on unifying, basing it on finding solutions to take the working poor and the working people and the dispossessed people forward always. And I think it's some of the things that will help us. I don't have the immediate answer. All I know is we must be open-minded and we must be hardworking and we must build on each other's strengths.
Thank you. Right, Farrell.
Hello. Thanks. Thanks, Dylan. It was great. When you speak about your parents, I think about my parents in a way, although they were not purely Afrikaans, whatever that really means. So this is 2010 that you've done this work. And since then, I imagine, and with what you're going to launch recently, as you said, on YouTube, you may have tracked it further. So I noticed you had a musician in the back, and there's obviously the whole cultural movement around Afrikaans as well. And only because I've heard some of the artists and others, and I don't want to name them because I don't want to quote people out of context, you know? But at times, and this is my question, have you picked up that there's a kind of colorization of Afrikaans. I've noticed that not only musicians, but people who aren't necessarily from this part of the world where the language is being developed, latch onto this development. So from our Gauteng or other parts of the country. And of course, we know how the apartheid state won in terms of how divided we are, how race, of course, is still accepted by people. So for me, the question is that there could be risk in perpetuating, if we don't, as Sophie says, have these debates, unpack it, and therefore grateful for these clips. Otherwise, we kind of also just accept that this is a good thing. I'm not saying people would do that, but because it's a development, there are many good musicians and others, Jitsvinger, who I know personally, I've seen on the back there, and others. So it's a question that bothers me, given that we certainly turn the TV down when that part of the anthem is played, etc. as well, because there are these divides that we never dealt with in this country, but thanks again. It's prompted that for me. Thanks.
So I think Bevan is next, and then Butlan.
Thanks. Hello, Dylan. We know one another through some other work. But something happens when I was a trade union organizer. I was seconded from the city of Cape Town to the Boerland. But I also grew up English speaking. And I had to learn Afrikaans, but in the Boerland dialect of Afrikaans, not the urban city center Afrikaans. And the problem with that was that the workers spoke a particular kind of Afrikaans, and the employers, who were largely white, spoke a particular different Afrikaans. And here I'm English speaking, caught in between the two of them now. And so we had an agreement, myself and the union members, that I will speak English and they will speak Afrikaans for as long as we can. And if we run out of each other's language, we'll switch over. So it was very interesting that they taught me how to speak Afrikaans in the way they spoke Afrikaans. And when I listened to the documentary and Neville's approach to the dialects that exist and the status that it comes into class and other aspects becomes so powerful, how those workers laid claim to Afrikaans to advance their cause. And the employers had difficulty with being able to come down onto the same level of Afrikaans. And so the point Neville makes about hoor and ander becomes very relevant, and how it becomes in actual fact a powerful weapon for the workers in that instance, and how I had to make adjustments into my relationship with the language and my understanding also. And I have the same problem about the stem. For the life of me, I do not make any apology. I can't get to sing the stem. It just does not go down.
So the real person who has to talk next is you, Xolile, and then Mputlan. So can I just insert a small comment? I organized for NUMSA very long ago in Uitenhage, where many people speak Afrikaans. And the same strategy, we would speak Afrikaans and English in our meetings. Doesn't matter the language of the employer. When we meet that Afrikaans employer, we speak English only. Afrikaans was, as I say, huistaal. Okay. It was the language of people talking to one another as comrades. But when we met the employer, it was English.
Okay. Well, for me, I think he said much of what I wanted to say. But also as an artist And also as a young person growing up in Makhanda, which is separated by a street, and then they would say, okay, people stay this side, they speak Afrikaans, but as I grew up, I couldn't play in that side because they had everything. On our side, we didn't have the jungle gyms and everything. So, but I realize now in South Africa, what we haven't done, we have not dealt with that. Even any person who speaks Afrikaans, it doesn't matter whatever form of Afrikaans, people felt there's a privilege in that language. So as a closer person asking someone about Afrikaans, it always comes back to that, Wuti, it's either you are in a good position because there's black government in charge. So all this history of Neville is taken away that, the idea of black consciousness and everything doesn't play part. Afrikaans becomes this divide of Uguti. These are, if you're Xhosa speaking, Sotho speaking, Zulu speaking, you also classify as Bantu. Meaning that the language itself and the politics in it will never be erased. You can go to Shoda now, speak Xhosa there, you'll be classified as someone else who's anti anyone who's Afrikaans, you're privileged and all that. So for me, I'm interested in how in the next documentary, how the artists, I'll see some of the artists, Emil, I see him there, how the artists have actually, in the community of arts, how Afrikaans artists were using multilingual in their raps, and how they were able to use black consciousness as a way of talking to the younger people to understand that Afrikaans is, for me, I will say it's closer to me. It's part of the culture that I will represent, but also it doesn't mean being closer. Other people practice is closer as the culture itself. Other people don't. Yeah, well, maybe they're pure Christian and other things. So in a way, I feel that in Afrikaans, it doesn't go alone as a language. It's the socialization of how you view yourself in South Africa. And also the politics, who the first people mean, and to a closer person, what do you mean? When you say in Afrikaans, the first people, they would say Khoisan and everything, but to us, in isiXhosa, the first people doesn't mean the same thing. So I'm trying to figure out the translation of identity in Afrikaans and being African. Because most of the time when we speak to someone who speaks Afrikaans, you say you're an African, they don't want to accept that. So in a sense, is it because is the white side of Afrikaans identity that didn't want to say, when you say African, it means you are related to Xhosa, Zulu, Tswana, and all that. So I'm interested, Uguti, where exactly most young people see themselves. So you refer to your home and all that. So for me, as an artist, even when people, like the Afrikaans rap, when it came in, it was also part of a resistance to, there's a popularity of Xhosa rap, Spaza rap. So everyone wanted to be Afrikaans, and there's this form of identity of exclusion. But okay, I'm not one of those. But in a rap, you have to have skill. So your skill matters more than your race. I could rap in Afrikaans when I'm in Shode because I had friends who speak Afrikaans, but our consciousness was clear about how we are our politics. So I'm interested, Wutuena, where do you see this documentary provoking these ideas?
Okay, Mputlane.
Why is Nadima quiet on this national question?
Thank you very much. I think the comment I want to make is that spoken and written language draws from the language of real life experience, which is historical and material realities and power and social relations. But there is also agency, which is the choices and decisions that people make about what social agendas to drive through a language. So there will always be a multiplicity of social agendas contesting within a language, and all languages. I grew up as a South African in Bantu education, listening to poetry written in Sesotho, but with reactionary undertones. Like one of the poems we learned was the one that praised Fairfoot, that is deserving a crown of honor. It's written in Sesotho. And then we read a guy like Wogpo Jensma in English, but articulating experiences that resonate with me. When you read Adam Small that you mentioned as well. And then in Soweto, you've got a poet called Ike Mboneni Muilwa who writes in Iskamto, which fuses mostly Africans. And so that is the point I wanted to make. So what is important about literature and so on is the socio-political content you infuse in a language. So all languages, whether it's Sotho, Xhosa, whatever, there will always be those contesting things. I mean, I attended a session here where some people were saying they are writers who write in Xhosa. And as he writing in Xhosa, he submits it to a panel of people who are looking at the work. And he uses the word ngono. And they say, no, can't say ngono. Because you have taken it from Zulu. And then he's asking, what must I write? They said, you must rather write ubetel. So the people think that it's better to borrow from Africans than to borrow from another language. So you can see conservatism, right wing, exist in all languages. And progressiveness and radical thinking can be infused in any language in the world.
Thanks.
But Vuvu was really, I'm the hopeless chair. Vuvu was really before you, but can I give the mic to Vuvu and then to you?
Yeah, she has the mic. Oh, she has the mic.
She doesn't have the mic.
Oh, okay.
So, mine was not about the video, but I feel like everyone that was speaking about the issue of language, as a person that grew up in Kerkut and in farmers, and now we are organizing part of the farm workers there, and it's difficult for us to organize the farm workers that are speaking Afrikaans. And it's also difficult for organizing at the space, even to the communities. Because I remember the other time we went to Luri. Then there was, when you enter in the house, there's no one understand you when you are speaking English. And we wait and we said, open the TV. Then they opened the TV. That time I was working at Illegal Wise. Then we said Legal Wise TV and ID. Then the person said, oh, okay, we understand you, but we didn't even make the presentation because no one understand. And it felt like organizing in the space of the colored areas need us also to understand the Africans. And obviously, they are speaking English. You see, I can't even finish one sentence in Xhosa. Then it's a challenge. In our groups, we discussed about language and where we said, oh, okay, and they were correcting me, no, Vuvu, that is Xhosa. And they were like, oh, okay, no, it's a problem. That is Xhosa. So the problem is that we can't communicate about our language, and the issue of language is a problem because our kids also learn this Xhosa and this English. And also when we are talking from Kerkut, I'm using the words like Diavasa, yabo, I stole in the Afrikaans, net, yes, bo. So there's those problem that we are facing, and we feel like I think there is a challenge for us to organize in these spaces.
So I'm a little bit worried about the way in which we are using language to situate each other. Because that is what apartheid did. That's how apartheid used language to situate people in particular groups and to use ethnicity to divide people. So the fact that we are still today struggling to speak to each other across languages is our problem. This is not just a problem of the past. It is us being comfortable where we are and not pushing to meet each other across languages. I want now to give you that turn to talk, Salim.
No, and I think I was going to just mention the last point you made, because I think it's very critical. But before that, just to thank Dylan for bringing Neville into the room. It's always such a pleasure to hear him in any language that he spoke about any issue. And many of these issues were not separate. So we're talking about language. And it's not separate from the book he wrote, One Azania, One Nation, the national question in South Africa. It's not divorced from some of his ideas on education. So for example, in education, he talked about this concept called clustering, where all young people in a particular region, and he worked with urban planners, and they published the book UCT, Taking the Ghetto Out of Education and Education Out of the Ghetto, as a way of building that single nation. He hated being called a colored. And today, unfortunately, we use terms like that very easily. It's nobody's fault. And people have also internalized that. But that is the language of apartheid. So with all his scholarship, whether it was education, whether it was language, it was building the nation, but not in a nationalist way. For him, it was empowering the working class communities. Whether it was around education, whether it was multilingualism in the classroom, it was about how people learn. And I see our language comrades are not using their language. But people have written PhD theses. They worked with Neville for many years. He always saw language as power. And at the moment the elite use English throughout the world, other languages no. And it was consistent with his views as a Marxist that whatever you do in any sphere of life, cultural, etc., it must empower the working class. And my understanding, apart from the other rich aspects of language, is that it was power, and it was power in the hands of the working class who use those languages, like Afrikaans is used by people who are marginalized, who are working class, like Afrikaans is used in Pabalelo Township. There are more people who speak Afrikaans who are black people than white people in the country, or English. And the thing is that in Pabalelo, we were campaigning around, during the struggle, people were in death row, etc. And the language communities used working class people was Afrikaans. So I think we should never forget that it's tied up to the national question, not the nationalist question. He critiqued the elite, and you know, we're going backwards. I mean, he spent a lot of time throughout Africa, including in Mauritius. In Mauritius, they have English and French. The vast majority of people speak Creole, and he worked with them. It was the same idea. He would be very distressed now that some countries, corrupt elites, like in Tanzania, want to scrap Swahili and bring English. And other countries, this, you know, undermines what he tried to do. So I just want to say that let's not see this as a divisive thing. Afrikaans, language must be uniting, and it's about empowering those people who don't have the power, who don't go to Model C schools, etc. The final point is, no, okay.
That was not me. So, Derek, and then can I have one last hand? And Mayenzeke, 2 last hands. That's a car.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much, and to all the people that were speaking, because some of us have been very inspired by the innovation and creativity of young people, and to see from the first conference, I think I've been at every one, such a lot of young people here, where the oldies are mainly taking a back step, except a few of us, of course. But there was 2 points to what Neville's position that is not coming through. One, he wrote a paper about the word culture or cultures. Neville's position, there is one culture. Within the framework of a culture are different streams of beautiful, where people in different parts of the world practice things in such beauty, but he didn't see them as separate cultures. And it was only done in 1860, where the Germans wrote on it, where they divided into separate cultures. That's the first point. Started with the Germans. So if you're talking about colonization, some of you are being colonized in the way you're talking, in the frameworks. That's where it comes from. The second point about in the historical reconstruction, there was a person called Sturman, David they call him. He was Khoi. He went over in the times, in the period where the slaves were in Cape Town, and he was here. I see he's in the library here. He went to Batavia. He learned how to use guns. He came back here on the border. He realized that people were being killed by guns, and the resistance from Xhosa-speaking people was not, without guns, was very difficult. He taught people how to use guns. They resisted, they blocked the movement, in fact pushed them back. He then united people who spoke Afrikaans of a particular kind, and Khoi, and Xhosa-speaking people under one. There was a time in history where there was no difference. Here. So it hasn't been, but apartheid has done a wonderful job, I must say. I'm also like some of you, I can't sing the stem. I got involved in the uprising in 1976, but I was not here. I was in Durban. I never knew Afrikaans. I only thought there were Boers speaking Afrikaans. When I came to Cape Town, I got shocked. People said, "Hoe gaan dit met u?" And they looked at my face and my hair and they said, "I must know this language." I couldn't speak one word. Then they took me to meetings because I was supposed to be a political person, and they would give big speeches, and I didn't know what to do. So when they all laughed, I laughed. When they all looked cross, I looked cross. I understood nothing. So language is a barrier. It can protect you. But we must look at these ways. The Rainbow Nation idea is a very bad idea from the Americans. It's not, Neville wrote a critique on that. He believed in the river and tributaries within the river, in one river, one people, one human race, and so on. So I think the frameworks, and we are such creative people here. It's so impressive to hear some of you people. But I think the frameworks in which we place our ideas must be very carefully constructed, because otherwise we could reconstruct apartheid without intending it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brooke, and then Meinzek, you've got, oh, Mzi, you've got the right last word.
My name is Abigail Brooke. I grew up on a farm called Rocklands, called Roy Wachter. My friends were African-speaking people, and when my neighborhood was also speaking Afrikaans, that was white people. And then there was a time that my father wanted to register me to Rocklands High School, whereby the principal wanted us to speak Afrikaans, and then Afrikaans must be our second language. And my father refused. And then he said that he's going to register me at Marymount High School, whereby English is going to be my second language. And then my father explained later on that why he refused that I must be registered at Rocklands High School. Then I understand that. It is very difficult for people that they can understand in Afrikaans, but they cannot write Afrikaans. And then there are some times that people cannot express themselves of how they feel, of what they want, or where are they going to, people speaking Afrikaans. So now they try to speak Afrikaans, and those people don't allow them to speak his or her own language. They want that person to speak Afrikaans, and there's English, please, if you don't understand Afrikaans, English. And then it's also difficult for that person to speak English either. And then there was a time that in 1980-something that I was at high school, and then the guys came to us and chased us away from the classrooms, that we must go out from classrooms because they don't understand Afrikaans, and then we are not going to speak Afrikaans as our subject. And then they wanted us to take another subject, Afrikaans. And then we were away. Then inside my heart, they say, hey, I understand Afrikaans, I can write Afrikaans, I can speak Afrikaans, but now I need to follow because this is a team. If I don't follow this guy, they will say I am impi. Yeah? So now I need to follow them. But later on, I say that it's not right sometimes when you follow people that you are not feeling safe with these people. And then when you go to a factory, and then there is this time of interview. And then these people interview with their own language. And then you say, yeah, pass. Yeah, Mrs. You don't understand what these people are saying to you, but you say, yes, yeah. Gister, you understand what I mean? So now they say, these people is stupid. They doesn't understand Afrikaans. They say, okay, we're going to call you. Don't call us, we'll call you. Now they only call you. They will never call you because you don't understand anything, you just do sign language. And then the time I was very young, I want to buy a mask and I want to buy a cupboard from this white person. And then I don't know what is this in Afrikaans. I said, I want to buy a cupboard. They say, what is that? So I need to write down or point this or a gas. You see, now it's very difficult. And then Afrikaans is difficult, and it will stay difficult to people that doesn't understand Afrikaans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to concur with Comrade Vuvu and say that indeed, especially our language, Xhosa, our language are dying, if I can say so. Because I'm going to use an example because we are talking about this term. I will talk about Nkosi Sigelela. Our father Enoch Sondonga says, Nkosi Sigelela Africa, maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo. You then you will see there within that language what does it mean. Of course, it comes from a context of Christianity because he speaks to a God, a Christian God, because he was a believer at that time. So he's saying Nkosi Sigelela, but there's something profound that he then says. He say, maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo. A Xhosa person will understand what he's referring to. He's referring to something that is important to us, a cow. And then he said that cow, its horns are on the ground. May its horns be lifted. Then you say to yourself, but it is then difficult for us to be able, in our thinking process and our understanding process, to be able to come up with these things, because when we are taught in English, it's then difficult for us to be creative in our own languages, one. And two, it is then gets difficult for us to be able to communicate with the people that we are supposed to help, or with the people that we are supposed to get this knowledge from. Because one, the methodology that is used, even if it's translated, it doesn't speak to our feelings. It doesn't speak to our being. So I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of language, because you can't say because you can be able to translate English to Xhosa and say then you can speak Xhosa. Because, for example, you'll find out many people that yet don't know Xhosa. They want to learn Xhosa by reading a Xhosa Bible. But that Xhosa Bible, for example, it's riddled with white English structure. So which means that you, at the same time, you necessarily don't understand a Xhosa. So that's why I'm saying I want to concur with Comrade Vuvu when he says that we are facing a challenge in terms of formalizing our language, because we cannot, because we are taking from a foreign language and coming from our language. At times, that's why it kills our creativity. Thanks.
Thank you, comrades.
That happened.
Some of us, like me, in understanding Afrikaans, I was lucky enough during my high school schooling. My brother was an Afrikaans teacher. So it was by force for me to understand Afrikaans. I was telling him, no, Botti, Afrikaans is too difficult for me. So what he did for me, there's a paper in KwaZakele, Osteleg. He will buy Osteleg for me. Then he will tell me to read it and give me dictionary in Afrikaans and in English. After coming from his friends and things like that, I would explain to him the first page of Osteleg, what is being said, what is written in Afrikaans, then I would explain it to him in English. Then in years to come, that helped me, because in my time of during seeking work, I would seek work in Afrikaans. Then there will be no need for me to say, okay, I will be employed easily. That's why I was trying to explain that thing. By learning Afrikaans, I did get work easily. I wouldn't worry about, hey, how am I going to get to work? Because I knew when I come to work, I say, excuse me, meneer, as ek soek werk, dan hulle sê, gaan vir my sê, okay, dank waar jy geleer Afrikaans. Ek sê, nee man, jy kan nie sien ek as ook 'n Afrikaner man. Thank you that I was wanted to explain was that.
Okay, I understand that this is a big and powerful issue, the language question, and that for many of us it ties very deeply with our own historical experiences and with the way in which we are able to or constrained to communicate today with one another and with others. And maybe this means that at the next Neville Alexander Conference, Salim, we need to return to this question of language and one nation, because I think essentially this is the conversation that we are having right now. I want to ask very kindly, I know that there are people who are desperate to also say something on this issue, but I'm looking at the time, and we have a message from our comrade Enver Mutala, who has been critically ill. Sorry, you waving at me? I don't know. Okay, so should I, Dylan? Yes, okay. My apologies.
I just want to say thank you so much for all the engagements and the comments and questions. I mean, I think most of it I cannot answer, so I'm not going to say too much, but I think there were so many great things that were brought up in terms of, you know, also like the work of Neville, so the One Azanian, One Question book and the contributions that he made. I think it's also like to your comment around coloredness. I think it came up also like around, you know, race and coloredness, and these categories are also colonial categories, apartheid categories, for example, recently found out that my great grandfather is a Xhosa man. Never knew that before. Like only it was like, I think it took me about 35 years to even find out he was Black African, as we say in South Africa. Even though as a colored person, I see myself as a Black African. But I think that in our personal histories as well, like you said, like there's so much personal stuff that comes up for us, and I think that's the way I'm personally working through this stuff now is through like the very personal work. So even with language, so like and trying to learn now, like to speak isiXhosa, for example, right? So like in terms of what Vuvu was saying around organizing in spaces when you're like in a colored community and people speaking Afrikaans, I think we also have to also remember that in organizing those places, a lot of people who identify as colored and won't also understand Black consciousness or won't have had the conversations yet as well of those kinds of things. So I've family, for example, who don't allow themselves to be called colored as well. And I think those are also like some conversations we have to have around these ideas of what, you know, not like actually talking to people around coloredness and Black consciousness and these kind of things. We have such a rich history of intellectuals who have showed us the way, Black intellectuals and decolonial intellectuals who can help us with these kinds of things. But I would love to chat with everybody afterwards, and I really enjoyed the session. I learned a lot from you all, so thank you so much for having me and for watching the clip. Thank you very much.
Right. So we can now move to a closing message. Thank you for correcting me there, Farrell. I think I'm just not yet done panicking about the conference. So I think we, in your hands, are...
Greetings, dear comrades. When Yerna first asked me to say a few words at the end of the conference, I was hesitant because I knew that I would not be at the conference, for which I must apologize. The reason I'm not there is quite simply that I have been unwell. So I take this to be a great privilege to say a few words to you at the end of this conference. Let me begin, however, by first thanking Salim for bringing us all together in this way for the last 13 years to keep alive not only the memory, but the work, ideas and practices of Neville Alexander. I think that in itself is a great achievement, and that we owe our gratitude to Salim for that. And of course, to the team of helpers he has always had to make this event possible. And thanks, Erna, for being able to bring this event to Gqeberha. I am fully aware that I speak to you as activists. Activists who have come together to share ideas about solidarity, about collective work, about alternative practices, and about how to build the process of mobilization together, especially with communities of the working class and in the institutions in which some of us work. And all this work has been imbued over the years by a radical vision of an alternative society. A society built on the principles of socialism, underpinned by democratic practice. That is the alternative to which all this work, whether we are aware of it or not, is directed. And it is work which takes place in a wide range of local and now international contexts. We work locally in areas like water and sanitation, in environmental issues, in education, in literacy development, in health-related issues, in areas of food sovereignty, in and with cooperatives, and many other areas, and especially in the area of media and communication, so that these alternative ideas can be spread beyond the limitations of our own work. And now, as we all know, some of this work has taken us into international solidarities, especially given the genocidal assault of imperialist and Zionist states against the people of Gaza and Palestine. But it is not only about Gaza and Palestine, even though we have focused for very good reason on those areas over the last few years. The attack, the assault, the murderous genocidal assault on Gaza is no less the assault of imperialism on the global poor over the last 50, 60 or 70 years. It is an attack inspired by global corporate greed, supported by militarized states, especially like the US and its allies. And it is this which Gaza has brought to the fore, has brought to our consciousness, has made us realize that the real issue in the world is exactly about the power of imperialism, its racism, its mentality of occupation, of its greed, which ultimately leads to a murderous assault on sovereign nations, although often with the cooperation of local nationalist leaders. So what we have actually been learning through our work, and through which I have learnt a great deal myself over these past few years, through working collectively with all of you, is that the processes of mobilization and consciousness development which we are engaged in are the critical alternative lever, the mode of development through which we can pursue the vision of an alternative socialist and democratic society. It is in fact an alternative to the false promise of party-led political mobilization. As we can see, that form of mobilization has led only to the hypocritical, chauvinistic, and nationalist parliamentarianism, which continues to subjugate especially the poor to a set of completely false promises, to a world in which there is and can only be increasing inequality, more poverty, more penury, more hunger, and more desperation. The kind of work you are all involved in is an alternative to that false and hypocritical promise. And that is why I think we have to pay much more attention to developing it, to thinking about how to augment that practice, to think about how to extend the work from the local to the national and beyond, and how to bring more and more communities into this kind of work. I can only hope that we continue to build on the work we have done, that we have the endurance and the continued commitment to this alternative work, which remains for me the critical lever for change. Thank you very much.
So that brings our conversation for this year to a close. There's work to do. There's a lot of work to do. And I think that I hope that we are ready to do it. I know many of us are actively involved in working towards a horizon that is radically different from where we find ourselves. I don't want to say more than that. I just want to thank you for coming, for taking time out of what often is a very kind of really busy time at the end of the year. For those who've left family behind, I had hoped that there will be a kids' corner somewhere and I could escape this microphone and play somewhere around the corner. Maybe that's something we should consider next year. And I want to start off by asking you to just turn around and see the two women sitting there at the back. Adla and Mpumi. Adla and Jefta, yes. Because, comrades, it's largely women's hands who made this possible. Okay, please acknowledge. It's women's hands who made this possible. Yes, there's been funding, but we thank Mpumi and Adla for responding late at night to comrades who need to change flights, who said, I'm not coming at that time, I'm coming at a different time. We appreciate the work that you do and the commitment that you brought to this. Without you, this conference wouldn't be a reality. I'm making notes for myself about the catering. My apologies again that we weren't really checking that out. To those of you who have kindly offered to transport other comrades here, Comrade Tulani, I'm looking at you. But there are those of you who are also taking comrades back home. May you travel well. Let us know that you arrived safely. And for all of those who will return to their homes tomorrow, please know Gqeberha is a place that you can also call home. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, and thank you to Oz and his team. Okay.